In January of 2010, American studio Vigil Games would give the world Darksiders, a title where you play as one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The developers had struck gold with this premise. It alone was enough for me to check out the game for myself. There was just something greatly alluring about the concept. It's easy to see the potential in that idea, and sure enough, each game contains characters and world building I have always found quite fascinating. There's no shortage of titles with biblical references in them, but Darksiders stands out in the fact that its entire premise is rooted in various religions. Obviously, they're taking plenty of liberties, but its creative use of religious elements allow for the construction of an interesting and unique fictional universe. To me, there is no doubt it is one of the series' biggest strengths. In time, it would go on to develop something of a cult following. Fans loved its distinct art style, its surprisingly compelling story, and imaginative takes on well-established ideas. Unfortunately, though, the future would not be kind to Darksiders and Vigil Games. Financial issues with the publisher THQ ultimately led to the studio's demise after the release of the second title. The founders of Vigil, Joe Mad and David Adams, formed separate companies a few years later. The latter of which created Gunfire Games, a studio that took the helm for the release of a remastered edition of Darksiders 2 and Darksiders 3, the last mainline entry released in 2018. Since then, the franchise has been stuck in limbo, with no signs of Darksiders 4 anywhere to be seen, besides some highly questionable supposed leaks. Thanks to Airship Syndicate, Joe Mad's studio, fans were treated to Darksiders Genesis, a sort of spin-off prequel game that has its own qualities, but never satiated the appetite for a true follow-up to the third title. People want to play as Strife in his own dedicated adventure, myself included. The one positive to be gained from Genesis is that its sales exceeded the publisher's expectations, which would present a strong case for the development of a fourth entry, but as of writing this, there is nothing to be seen on the horizon. And that's a shame, because Darksiders has a lot going for it, but it's clearly not finished, and there is a frustratingly palpable feeling to that, lingering over the franchise. Still, what we do have are solid games. They don't break new ground in any way. Instead, they put their own spin on concepts you have most likely seen before. It's no secret that this series takes inspiration from several prominent video games. In my opinion, that is not a bad thing when it's done right, and thankfully Darksiders does it right, for the most part. These games are kind of like weird amalgamations of classic titles that are executed very well, again, for the most part. This video will go through every entry in the series from beginning to end, talking about the qualities of each game and how the franchise has evolved along the way. There will be major spoilers here, so take care.
Since the dawn of time, the armies of heaven and hell have waged an endless war. Drawn to the conflict was the Charred Council, an entity bound by ancient laws to preserve order and balance. It held that any great power, unchecked, threatened the very fabric of the universe. In time, heaven and hell came to honor the council and its laws, for none were beyond the swift and terrible justice of the council's enforcers, a fearsome brotherhood known as the Four Horsemen. Amid the turmoil, the first humans emerged. The council foretold that these weak but cunning creatures would someday be integral to the balance. Thus, a third kingdom was named, the Kingdom of Man. By order of the council, a truce was forged between heaven and hell. The great pact was bound by 7 seals to be broken at the appointed time, when man's kingdom stood ready for the end war. A battle that would bring balance and determine the ultimate fate of the 3 kingdoms.
The prologue of Darksiders drops the player on Earth as the End War begins. Angels and demons are seen engaging in battle, with mankind caught in the middle. It appears to be taking place prematurely, as the humans are clearly not ready for what's happening. We take control of War, the youngest of the four horsemen. This is a very standard prologue, where the game introduces War's fundamental capabilities, namely in combat and traversal, before removing some of them once it ends for the player to eventually regain as they proceed with the adventure. Immediately, the hack-and-slash nature of combat becomes apparent. War wields a massive sword called Chaos Eater and excels in physical strength and raw power. Defeating enemies is most effectively done by performing combos, all of which are determined by various button inputs. It's very typical stuff. He can block and counter normal attacks when stationary, perform a short-range dash for evasion, and a violent finishing move when enemies are near defeat. The finishing moves flow naturally from your sword swings. It feels seamless performing this technique, and I appreciate that design choice. He can also pick up and throw environmental objects, which I only ever used in passing. Finally, he has an ultimate ability, Chaos Form, transforming him into something like a huge fiery demon, making him invulnerable and inflicting tremendous damage. It's a trump card to use when the odds are stacked against you. This emphasis on raw power doesn't stop War from being quite agile. Nothing like his kin Death or Fury, of course, but there's a fine balance of weight and responsiveness to his movements that never feels too overbearing. Sword swings are heavy, but deft. The dash makes for an effective defensive maneuver, and the horseman can jump to perform unique combos as well. This also applies to his movement options. He can jump, double jump, traverse walls where demon growth is present, shimmy across horizontal pipes and wires. This is all just a taste of his full capabilities, as many more techniques and items become available later on. The prologue is an effective tutorial. It doesn't overwhelm the player and establishes key facets of War's abilities, precisely as intended. As the Horsemen act as enforcers for the Charred Council, they are, in essence, a neutral faction, and as such they do battle against the armies of both Heaven and Hell, which to me has always been a very clever narrative choice. Not only does it allow for a somewhat impartial perspective and interaction with creatures from every side, but it also improves the enemy variety and potential in that variety. Those last 2 points are something I think later games do much better than this one. In fact, the enemy variety here is rather lacking. Many opponents are simply reskins of older ones, which is particularly noticeable for the angelic warriors. Still, I like that we are not restricted to fighting just one faction in these games, and this is another thing made clear from the prologue. Furthermore, I love how these sides are depicted in this series. Neither heaven nor hell are portrayed as good or evil. The lines are much more blurred than that. These are beings with traits not too dissimilar from that of humans, fueled by emotion and fully susceptible to greed, selfishness, and temptation. It's similar to how gods are depicted in the God of War games, flawed beings that at times reflect some of the worst qualities of mankind. The same thing applies here, and just like those games, there is a certain appeal to that. One of those beings is the leader of the forces of heaven, the Archangel Abaddon, commander of the Hell Guard. We see him engaged in battle against a massive demon named Straga, and War questions what is happening. They're both confused. War is wondering where his brothers are, and Abaddon, shocked at War's presence, claims that the Seven Seals were not broken. Abaddon is then crushed by Straga, and War is forced to face him. This is the fight that ends the prologue, so it's not complicated at all. Dodge the vehicles he throws at you, occasionally dodge his arm swings, and be careful of this line blast attack. Defeat him by throwing vehicles his way, and then hack away at his head. That's all there is to it. War gains the upper hand, but his powers are mysteriously drained, allowing Straga to finish him off. The Horseman is brought before the Charred Council, who accuse him of inciting the End War before its appointed time and assisting the armies of Hell in claiming victory. War eventually convinces the Council to let him prove his innocence by tracking down those who are truly responsible, but he is stripped of his full power. They assign a Watcher to follow him on his journey and make sure he stays in line, having the ability to kill him if he disobeys. The Horseman is sent back to Earth, where 100 years have passed since his fight with Straga. During that time, a being known as the Destroyer, ruler of the forces of Hell, has annihilated humanity. The Third Kingdom is lost. Personally, I've always found it strange that the Destroyer is never given a proper introduction. Who is he? What is he? Well, we don't find out until the game's final act. There is a massive reveal at the end of it all, which is certainly a bombshell, but that doesn't stop there from being a disconnect from our ultimate objective for a good 90% of the journey. Obviously, I'm not asking for the game to give away his true identity, but show us his dragon form or something, anything we can latch onto at the very least. War eventually finds himself in the crossroads where he meets Vulgrim, a demon and merchant who trades in the currency of souls, something gained by killing enemies and opening chests. Before proceeding, Vulgrim demands that War bring him 500 souls. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the game forcing you to grind for souls here, but it does allow the player to become a bit more accustomed to combat. Vulgrim is how you unlock combos and abilities. He is a reoccurring character in this series, so we'll be seeing him a lot. Once this is done, he tells War to seek out Samael, a powerful demon imprisoned for defying the Destroyer. In no time, War finds Samael's prison and frees him. Samael explains that in order to reach the Destroyer, War will need to gain access to the Black Throne, but to do so, he must first defeat its 4 guardians, known as the Chosen, and bring their hearts back to Samael. Seeing as he has no other choice, War agrees. And so the horseman embarks on a journey all over the land to find and kill the Chosen. This is the main chunk of the game, and from a narrative perspective, basically nothing happens during this time, like the story is pretty much put on hold. War does meet a couple important characters along the way, namely Ulthane and Uriel, the former being a maker and crafter of legendary armaments, whilst the latter is an angel and the new leader of the forces of heaven, seeking vengeance against War, as she believes he was responsible for Abaddon's death. We also receive some very small tidbits of world building from Samael every time he tells us where to go next, but that's it. Still, at the very least, we are given a clear goal on what needs to be done, and rarely does the game feel like it's being artificially extended, which is something I think Darksiders 2 suffers from severely. From here, the game takes a very Zelda-esque structure. We travel to a different area, find the dungeon hosting the Chosen, slay the Chosen, and take their heart back to Samael, only to repeat the process for a total of 4 times. Whenever we return to Samael, he grants us a new ability, usually allowing us to traverse the next area, and first up is Shadow Flight, supernatural wings enabling War to temporarily glide after double jumping. The world of Darksiders 1 is mostly interconnected, with the Scalding Gallows, the location of Samael's prison, acting as the central hub for the adventure. It's an extremely linear path of progression, as areas are only accessible with specific upgrades. We use Shadow Flight to utilize air currents and reach the choking grounds. It's here where we are treated to one of many badass one-liners from War himself.
What hope have we now against the Destroyer's foul sorcery?
Hope will not bring you freedom.
War is a serious character. He isn't given that much dialogue in this game, largely because it's not a very long one altogether, but when he does speak, it's to the point and very dramatic. Yeah, it's cheesy, but I find it entertaining. War is voiced by Liam O'Brien, who also voices Illidan Stormrage, one of my favourite fictional characters of all time, and he fits the bill very well here. The voice acting in this game is good stuff, with big names all around. We got Mark Hamill as the Watcher, Phil Lamar as Vulgrim, Vernon Wells as Samael, as well as Troy Baker as both Abaddon and Straga. Man, that guy is everywhere. The vocal performances give the story and each character a lot of life. The game is undoubtedly better off for it. In the choking grounds, we must overcome 4 trials before we can proceed. It's stuff like defeat 40 enemies within a time limit, defeat 5 enemies with aerial combos, and so on and so forth. Like previously, I feel this is the game letting the player become a bit more accustomed to combat, so let's talk about that. Darksiders 1 does not have the deepest combat system going. It's a standard hack and slash formula with some okay combo potential. War can obtain 2 secondary weapons, a scythe and the tremor gauntlet, the latter of which is a bit clunky to use because of its short range, whilst the former is a decent side weapon. Since they're assigned to different buttons, you can switch up your weapon attacks on the fly, and it flows fairly well. The scythe is particularly good for dealing with large groups of enemies due to the sweeping nature of its attacks, but personally I don't bother using anything other than Chaos Eater because there's just no need. It is more than capable of dealing with everything this game throws at you. Chaos Eater is also the most beneficial weapon to use, as it's the only one that contributes to War's chaos meter, allowing him to unleash chaos form. This can be circumvented with the use of specific enhancements, but they come late into the game. There's also the fact that each of your weapons power up after killing a certain number of enemies, so unless you get the scythe super early on, it's far weaker than your blade. Enhancements are augmentations that can be slotted into one of your 3 weapons, granting passive effects such as lifesteal or more souls from enemy kills, that kind of thing. They give each weapon a distinct colored glow, which I am a fan of. There are also 4 legendary enhancements that are quite well hidden in the later portion of the game, but the benefits they provide are extremely potent. This game gives you an option to focus on a particular enemy, which is great if you're fighting one-on-one, but terrible against multiple opponents as it limits your field of vision. I do like that this is an option in the first place though, it's very useful against bosses. This is a combat system where the more you put into it, the more you will get out of it, but the game is a little restrictive. You can get away with spamming the attack button most of the time, it will get you results on the normal difficulty, and it's not very fulfilling. If you want more variation in your combos, then they will have to be the first things you buy from Vulgrim. There are only so many combos a game can have, but Darksiders 1 does feel limited in this regard. There just aren't that many combos altogether. Something else you can buy from Vulgrim are Wrath abilities, 2 defensive and 2 offensive, all of which can be upgraded a few times. Like the secondary weapons, these are not necessary to overcome encounters, but they can be super helpful and add some variety. With that said, I only ever use the Blade Geyser ability because I feel you get more value by purchasing combos instead. You don't naturally accumulate enough souls to purchase everything Vulgrim offers, so you must prioritize what you want. This seems a bit counterintuitive to me, as it limits your full potential. You're just not going to obtain enough souls for every combo, for every weapon, or every Wrath ability at its highest level. But at the same time, you don't really need to. This is a very easy game, especially if you go out of your way to get the Abyssal Armor. Things only start becoming noticeably more difficult in the Black Throne, and only in the Black Throne. Everything before and after is pretty simple. I will say that attacks and finishing moves are visceral, and the weight of movement lends itself to a nice all-round feel. Chaos Form is a great way to stamp out fights. It's essentially a game breaker, so to counteract this, it doesn't last too long. When it is active though, you can really feel it. It's cathartic destroying enemies with this technique. Secondary items such as the Crossblade, Mercy, and the Abyssal Chain give you a bit more to work with, but they are mainly used for puzzle solving. Their combat utilization is relegated to very specific instances, so it's unlikely you will get a lot of mileage out of them unless you go out of your way to do so. Nothing in your arsenal feels completely useless, but at the same time I don't see the point in using anything other than Chaos Eater and maybe a Wrath ability or 2 here and there. There is limited variety on offer, and what variety is available is not encouraged with the way the game is set up. Overall, combat in Darksiders 1 gets the job done, I would say. For a previous gen hack and slash, I don't think it's too bad, but it is very basic. There's not a lot of depth, and it's quite restrictive, with questionable systems that feel dated. I think there's just enough here to tie the player over for the game's runtime. I've definitely been spoilt by later entries in the franchise, and quite frankly, this game can't hold a candle to them in this aspect. Despite my complaints, this combat system would go on to act as a solid foundation for the rest of the series to follow, but today it's showing its age. Eventually, War reaches the Broken Stair, and after a bit of drama, he catches a ride on the back of an angelic griffin to the next area. This part seems a bit random in retrospect, but it is quite fun and a good way to grind souls, as you're capable of shooting projectiles at enemies. It's one of a couple set-piece moments that the game throws at you before a dungeon. I get serious Panzer Dragoon vibes from this sequence, although I can't say if that series was a genuine influence or not. Either way, the creature drops war at the Twilight Cathedral, home of Tiamat. This is the first dungeon in the game, and immediately the architecture stands out, a sort of gothic church-like building with a very clear aesthetic. If you have any experience with dungeons from Zelda, then you'll see straight away how dungeons in this game are structured. You're tasked with exploring the area, solving puzzles, and defeating enemies on the way to the final boss. You can obtain a dungeon map and keys to open locked doors. At the halfway point, you will receive an item allowing you to solve later puzzles and ultimately defeat the dungeon's boss. It's a tried and tested formula that's proven to work, and having grown up with Zelda, it certainly appealed to me. The item you get here is the Crossblade, a weapon you can throw at enemies, hit switches, and transfer arcane energy with, such as fire. Those last 2 points are what puzzle solving in this place is primarily made up of, as well as exploding bombs to open new pathways. Generally speaking, puzzle solving in this game is never too brain-taxing, and it's only in the Black Throne where things get a bit more complicated. I think the Twilight Cathedral is one of the better dungeons overall, as it strikes a great balance of combat pacing and puzzle solving. It took me about an hour to complete from beginning to end, and I didn't feel it at all. You fight a mini-boss here called the Jailer, which tests your capabilities with the Crossblade, and at the end of it all, we come face to face with Tiamat.
Has the council reduced the horsemen to common assassins? Or has Samael bought your loyalty? Because if you offer Satyr Rider, perhaps we can strike a deal.
You won't like my terms.
That is my favorite line in the whole game. It is so good. The fight with Tiamat involves throwing bombs at her and then making them explode with your Crossblade. It's a perfect example of utilizing core mechanics found in the dungeon to slay the boss, and this type of design is consistent for every major encounter. After doing this enough times, she lands on the platform, and you must avoid her attacks whilst dishing out as much pain as possible. Every boss fight ends with an extremely visceral death scene, and this is one of the best.
Do it! Tear out her heart while she still lives. I want to hear her scream. I am one of the chosen. I can grant your every wish.
Can you restore the balance?
No wonder Samael wants this thing. It's coursing with power. You really think he's going to let you live long enough to collect on your end?
After tearing out her heart, the horseman is granted a life stone, increasing his overall health in classic Zelda fashion. You can even find 4 shards of a life stone throughout the game to make a whole one. The same applies to wrath shards, increasing your overall wrath meter. The path back to Samael is opened up to us thanks to Vulgrim, serpent holes that act as a means of fast travel to each of Vulgrim's plinths. Personally, I have never been a fan of fast travel systems that have you move through a different area before reaching your destination. I mean, the clue is in the name, guys. Fast travel, not dick around for 20 seconds and then travel. I know it's a means of hiding loading screens, but it always makes me roll my eyes. At the very least, I don't think this is anywhere near as egregious as traveling through Yggdrasil in the modern God of War games. You can even find some life and wrath shards in some of them. After returning to Samael, he points us towards the second of the Chosen, a being called the Griever. Now that we have the Crossblade, we can journey to the Drowned Pass, where we must overcome some more trials before reaching Anvil's Ford. It's here where we are introduced to both Ulthane and Uriel. We have a sparring match against the former, who's invincible without our use of Chaos form, before the latter shows up with her Hell Guard. What follows is something of a competitive sequence, where both War and Ulthane's kill count appears at the top of the screen. This is another one of those set-piece moments. You can win the competition no problem by using a redemption cannon from one of the angelic warriors. I don't know if there's any sort of repercussion to losing, but at the end of it, we must face Uriel in a one-on-one battle. It's a very simple fight. She has a few attacks that are easily readable and goes down in no time. Ulthane grants us passage into the Hollows, the second dungeon. This place is a bit rougher than the first dungeon aesthetically. There are no grand staircases or courtyard gardens. Instead, we're in an abandoned subway system that's fallen to decay, a nice visual contrast. Here we must manipulate water levels to reach new areas, and to that end, there is one main room that acts as a convergence point for the water. Some swimming is involved, and thankfully the underwater controls are smooth. I'm glad the developers took the time to refine them. Following on from the Twilight Cathedral, we use the Crossblade to solve similar puzzles found there, before receiving the Tremor Gauntlet. With this we can destroy blue crystals and propel heavy objects forward. It's a very noticeable step up in intricacy from the first dungeon, with more complex puzzles and greater variety in those puzzles as well. This does make the place rather lengthy. It can drag a bit on your first playthrough. The battle against the Griever is all about using the Tremor Gauntlet to destroy these blue crystals, and then slamming a train carriage into her. This can be a little annoying if you're not fast enough, because she fires off a beam that heats the crystals, preventing you from destroying them, so you have to let them cool down, which leaves you vulnerable. After slamming the carriage into her, you use the Tremor Gauntlet to reveal her weak spot, and then repeat the process. It's a simpler fight overall than Tiamat, I would say, but no boss encounter in this game is excessively complicated. After defeating her, Ulthane gives us Mercy, one of Strife's weapons which we must use to defeat the next of the Chosen, a being called the Stygian. Samael bestows us with the Chronomancer, a device that allows us to temporarily slow down time when hitting these chronospheres with the Crossblade. We use this to traverse the next location, the Ashlands, as massive ashworms roam the area and we cannot outrun them. Now the Ashlands is one of the more unique zones in this game, as the place itself acts as both an explorable location and the next dungeon. It's a massive open area with loads of secrets, but the path towards the boss is very clearly laid out. Naturally, a device that slows down time is bound to be used for some creative puzzle solving, and that's precisely the case here, but the utilization of this feature is much better in the next two dungeons. The first half of the Ashlands has you manipulate time to bypass towers with giant spinning blades on them. The second half has you navigate a cave system, where you must fend off hordes of enemies. This is made easier thanks to the Fracture Cannon, a weapon that deals immense damage which you can straight up abuse. This eventually leads to an arena, where after dealing with even more enemies, you must face the Abyssal Gladiator. This is a surprisingly fun fight because once you knock him off his horse, it turns into a one-on-one duel. He shares similar attributes to War, so it is very much a skill-based encounter. Dodge, attack, and parry repeatedly until victory. After defeating the Gladiator, War reunites with his steed, Ruin. Now we can finally outrun the Ashworms, so no need to constantly slow down time, which feels like a satisfying reward for making it this far. This also brings with it horseback combat, but it's extremely limited. It's only necessary for progression in the upcoming section. The boss fight against the Stygian requires you to outride the beast on your horse, break open the muzzle surrounding its mouth, and then unload every bullet you have onto its weak spot. It's quite a fun encounter, seeing as you're riding Ruin against this massive creature. There's a good spectacle to it, but otherwise I don't have much else to say. It's very simple. Once this is done, Samael grants War the Soul Bridge power, which is necessary to reach the Iron Canopy, home of Silitha. This is an upgrade which is quite literally only used twice, once to get to the place, and another time to leave. Its only purpose is to prevent the player from reaching the Iron Canopy early in the game. War is essentially teleported to this place from the Ashlands immediately after crossing the Soul Bridge, and I like that the game doesn't mess about in this regard. The Iron Canopy is by far the smallest dungeon, but it's fun to travel through. A lot of platforming is necessary due to the broken nature of its topography, and it's here where you gain access to the Abyssal Chain, acting just like a hookshot. With this, you can swing between grapple points across large chasms and close the distance between you and your enemies. Once you obtain it, you have to backtrack to previously inaccessible areas and use it to rip the shells off spiders, allowing you to kill them. There are 4 of these creatures, and they must be defeated to proceed. There's also a giant mini-boss version you have to kill. This is done by using the chain to grab these food sacks and throwing them at the beast when it opens its mouth. This will distract it for a bit, allowing you to run behind and smash open its shell with the Tremor Gauntlet, revealing its weak spot. Repeat the process and slice up the weak spot to achieve victory and open the path to Silitha. Just before doing battle with her though, she tells us some interesting information, that the Chosen do not protect the Black Throne at all. Instead, their charge is to prevent Samael's return at any cost. She warns War that taking her heart to Samael will restore him to his full power, making him a threat far greater than all the Chosen combined. This is something of a strange trend in Darksiders where the Horsemen are basically made to look like fools. It happens in every single game, including Genesis. Now, to be fair, they do achieve their goals in the process of being deceived, but there's something about it that is rather off-putting. I suppose it does make sense in the context of this universe, as it shows that the Horsemen are just as fallible as any other being, but every game feels excessive. Anyway, the fight against Silitha is one of the more dynamic encounters. It's a very fast-paced battle where you must utilize the Abyssal Chain to close the distance on her and swiftly dodge at the correct time. Her constant teleporting keeps you on your toes from beginning to end, and it's a fun engagement. War brings Silitha's heart to Samael and confronts him over his deception. His response can pretty much be summed up as, "So what?" After consuming the heart, Samael is restored to his full strength and declares he is like unto a god, threatening that he could crush War then and there. Samael is a being of immense power, so much so that Volgrim speculates he rivals the Dark Prince, that being Lucifer, and may even be considered a threat to his reign. When War questions why Samael challenged the Destroyer, an act that led to his imprisonment, he responds by saying he does not approve of the company the Dark Prince keeps. I believe he is referring to Lilith in this instance, a demon who created the Nephilim, the race to which the 4 Horsemen belong. Samael is a recurring character in the Darksiders series. He clearly has an agenda, but as of this video, we still don't know what that truly is. Still, the demon honors his word and opens a portal to the Black Throne, but not before telling War that they will meet again. Inside, War encounters Azrael, the Angel of Death, imprisoned. Our task here is to free Azrael by traveling to 3 different towers and redirecting energy beams back to the main room. This is easily the longest and most intricate dungeon in the game. Each tower contains numerous puzzles, enemy encounters, and a mini-boss fight at the end of them. Puzzles here are significantly more complex than anything else so far, and the key to solving them comes in the form of the Void Walker, an item that creates portals allowing instant travel between 2 points. With this, you must manipulate objects, bombs, and War himself to reach the top of the tower. Once you defeat the mini-boss at the top, you have to use this device to transfer beams of energy. This process really highlights how cleverly designed the dungeon is, as every section is set up in a way that simultaneously allows for the player to reach the top of each tower and redirect the beams back to Azrael's room. It's seriously impressive stuff. There's a good level of variety in this as well. The first tower has you altering the position of gates and then doing so again in a slightly different manner on the way back. The second one has you use these blocks to weigh down platforms, allowing you to reach the top. Once you have the beam, you must alter the platform's position again so that it bounces off mirrors. This puzzle is somewhat infamous because the whole process of moving these platforms requires a lot of trial and error, to the point where it does get a bit tedious. The third tower has you draining water levels, switching up the position of a walkway, and even more mirror bouncing. It's not just the Voidwalker either. This place makes good use of almost every item and upgrade in your possession, like the culmination of everything you've learnt on your journey. Between each tower, you are bombarded with combat encounters, and they make up the hardest fights in the whole game. Multiple enemies that hit like tanks and can take a serious beating. The 3 mini-bosses require the use of the Voidwalker to jump on top of them so we can stab them in their core. It's basically the same fight 3 different times, the only difference being some portals are closed in the second and third fights. This means you must manipulate the mini-boss into opening them for you with one of its attacks. The final boss is a rematch against Straga. Just like the mini-bosses, we must use the Voidwalker to avoid his arm swings and attack his weak spot, all while dealing with ads as an intermission of sorts. Once again, this is good use of mechanics found in the dungeon to slay the boss. In a lot of ways, the Black Throne is both the apex and nadir of the game, at least from a gameplay standpoint. It has the most creative and complex puzzles, it's easily the hardest part of the adventure, and it all leads to a satisfying climax as we finally get revenge on Straga, but it just goes on for far too long. This place drags like nothing else, and it's a real shame, because it really is a well thought out and cleverly designed dungeon, one of the best in the entire series I would say, but it's brought down tremendously owing to its length. So anyway, meeting Azrael is where the story finally continues. As War works to release him, Azrael confesses that he and Abaddon conspired to bring about the apocalypse early by breaking 6 of the 7 seals, as they feared that delaying it any longer would risk Heaven's defeat. Their plan was to ambush the army of Hell and destroy them before the End War began in earnest. Azrael warns Abaddon that even if they were to succeed, they would face the wrath of the Horsemen, as the pact is a sacred covenant. To alleviate this issue, Abaddon had Ulthane reforge the seals, eliminating the evidence. However, Abaddon's death ruined the plan, and the armies of Hell took over. This does explain why Abaddon was surprised to see War on Earth, as the 7 seals were not broken, but it doesn't explain why War was summoned to Earth in the first place. Either way, that is quite the bombshell to drop on the player. I mean, goddamn. This is part of what I was talking about at the start of the video. These angels are not benevolent, righteous creatures that can do no wrong. After defeating Straga, Azrael brings War to Eden, so he can partake upon the gift given to him by the Tree of Knowledge. It's here where you must fight a shadow version of War as a test to prove if you are worthy. There's not much to say about this battle, seeing as he shares the exact same moveset as your character, but it is an amazing spectacle when he uses Chaos Form and your immediate instinct is to use Chaos Form right back. It's also here where you can find the last piece of the Abyssal Armor. Scattered across the game are 10 pieces of this unique armor set, usually in elaborate locations that are easy to miss. The Abyssal Armor looks amazing, but more importantly, it provides an obscene increase to War's defensive capabilities. It makes enemies deal far less damage, and gives him health upon all melee attacks, so essentially he becomes unkillable. You get it very late into the game. There's only 2 more fights of note after Eden, but you can start a new game with the Abyssal Armor equipped if you do collect all the pieces. At the Tree of Knowledge, War witnesses a vision. After Abaddon was killed, he was taken to a strange purgatory and is greeted by the voice of an unknown woman. I'm not sure where we find out who this is in the games, but the voice belongs to Lilith. She offers Abaddon the chance to either serve in heaven or rule in hell. Abaddon, realizing that his fate is sealed, chooses the latter and becomes the Destroyer. We also see a vision of the Charred Council, who were fully aware of Abaddon's plans from the very beginning. Turns out it was they who allowed the apocalypse to happen and summoned War themselves, knowing full well he would track down the conspirators to clear his name. This goes to show that even the Charred Council, an entity whose sole purpose is to maintain balance in the universe, are just as corrupt and conniving as anyone else. The final vision is one where the Destroyer is seen guarding the 7th seal. Uriel and her Hell Guard attempt to stop him in the White City, but fail. War is stabbed in the back with a glowing sword and ultimately dies at the end of his journey. If you thought the earlier revelation was a bombshell, this is something else. I was not expecting the story to take such an interesting turn. Azrael informs War that the sword he saw in his vision was the Armageddon Blade, the only weapon capable of defeating the Destroyer and the one used to destroy 6 of the 7 seals. Abaddon ordered the blade destroyed and scattered it into pieces, so our task now is to find them and take them to Ulthane, who will reforge it for us. This is the final act of the game. There are 7 pieces to find, and most of them are just out in the open waiting for us. A few require some basic puzzle solving to reach, but it takes no time at all. In the process, we run into Uriel again. She challenges War to Nex Sacramentum, a death oath, and we have a rematch with her. This battle is the same as the previous one, with a few extra mechanics, but nothing too complicated, especially with the Abyssal Armor. War emerges victorious, but spares Uriel's life and reveals the Destroyer's identity. Uriel holds romantic feelings for Abaddon, so this revelation enrages her, and she leads the Hellguard against him, but not before War tells her to remember the death oath must be fulfilled. After gathering the 7 pieces, War has the weaponry forged by Ulthane. He then travels straight to the White City to end his journey. Just like in War's vision, Uriel's Hellguard are defeated. This is where the Destroyer tries to convince War to join his side, but the Horseman refuses, and they engage in battle. As the final boss of the game, Abaddon puts up the toughest fight. The first phase pits you against his dragon form in a sort of jousting-like sequence, where you need to land a hit on him as he charges you. If you're successful, he'll slump to the ground, allowing you to slash away at his body. The only mix-up to this is that after a certain point he will fly into the air and swoop down into the ground, which is easily evadable with Ruin's dash ability. Not entirely sure why the screen shakes like a madman when you're attacking him, but whatever. His second phase is against his angel form, and it feels climactic as it's a one-on-one sword fight to the death. Chaos form is ineffective against him as well. There is one point where he tosses down pieces of rubble at you, but it's easily avoidable. He parries most of your attacks in this form, so it mainly comes down to dodging and attacking at the right time, along with a button mashing sequence. In the end, War slays Abaddon once and for all, with Uriel standing by to witness it. The Horseman retrieves the 7th seal, but is subdued by the Watcher, knowing full well he is aware of the Council's deception. Just as in his visions, War is stabbed in the back with the Armageddon Blade by Uriel, fulfilling the death oath. She then attacks the Watcher and shatters the 7th seal, an act that brings War back to life, as the Horsemen are bound by duty to answer the call, even from oblivion. War proceeds to crush the Watcher, having been freed from the Council's control, and it feels great. This next scene deserves to be played in full.
You knew. You knew what would happen here, what I would do. That's why you spared me.
No.
Then why?
Because I would not have the last of heaven's honor die with its champion.
All debts are repaid. The duty I uphold, it may call me to raise my sword against you. And if that day comes, I won't hesitate. You will be hunted. The White City for certain. The Council, and there will be others. You would wage this war alone?
No. Not alone.
Goodness me, that ending is all sorts of epic. I still get chills watching it, even today. I honestly think this ending is worth the price of admission alone. It's not just the best part of the game, it's the best part of the entire series. Talk about an unexpectedly intriguing story, though. The revelations dropped on the player after reaching the Black Throne, and especially the Tree of Knowledge, are pretty crazy. It's all one giant conspiracy, and seemingly everyone is in on the act, playing their hand in some fashion. There's actually a bit more to this story than you first anticipate, and it comes as a pleasant surprise. The characterization is strong, with memorable performances from War, Samael, the Watcher, Ulthane, making for an entertaining spectacle. However, the biggest criticism you could give this story is that for a good 90% of the game, nothing happens. There's a massive lull in narrative progression. In a way, I feel this does the story some favors though, because there's this huge build-up before the bombshells start dropping, and it gives them greater impact. There's a tremendous feeling of satisfaction at the end of it all. It takes a while for sure, but it is so worth it in the end. When I use the term huge build-up in the context of this game, I don't find it excessively lengthy. Darksiders is around an 8 to 10 hour adventure, so I don't feel it overstays its welcome too long, the only exception being inside the Black Throne. There's not much to do in the post-game. Well, technically there is no post-game, just a final checkpoint before fighting Abaddon. You can spend this time searching for collectibles like artifacts to trade for souls, lifestone shards, wrath shards, and the abyssal armor. I never bother with this stuff because the process of traveling through the serpent holes repeatedly is tedious. The only other thing you can do is fight Wicked Killington, this well-spoken skeleton fella that's meant to be a caricature of the British contingent of Vigil Games. It's a very basic fight, there's not much to be said about it as by this point, you are decked out and supremely powerful. There's no reward for beating him either, just a healthy number of souls, as he shows up 4 times in separate locations. From a visual standpoint, the game looks great. I am playing the War Mastered Edition, a 2016 remaster featuring updated textures, rendering, overall graphical fidelity, and a smooth 60 frames per second. The art style gives the game a very distinct visual identity. Everything has a certain pop to it, and the large color palette complements that greatly. Environments are detailed, with areas such as Anvil's Ford looking beautiful. I also love the character designs. It's evident that Joe Mad's work as a comic book writer and artist was a major influence on this game's artistic direction, and it's a joy to behold. All in all, Darksiders was an ambitious achievement for Vigil's first ever game. It is mostly a derivative adventure with gameplay elements that have been done plenty of times before, to a better degree as well, but there was clearly an attempt from Vigil to make those things their own, and they were largely successful in that regard. I think it holds up fairly well for a previous gen hack and slash, but it's definitely got the weakest combat system in the series. If I can be perfectly honest here, outside of its art style, premise, and ending, there is nothing about Darksiders I find particularly remarkable. It's a standard gaming experience, but that experience is solid, with a fascinating world and a high level of consistency that justifies its entire runtime. I will never forget witnessing this ending for the first time all those years ago. It really does feel like that extra special cherry on top of a fun game all round. Darksiders was a commercial and critical success for Vigil Games and THQ, with fan reception being notably positive. Uneager to rest on their laurels, Vigil would almost immediately begin developing its sequel, and in August of 2012, their hard work and dedication came to fruition. Darksiders 2, what many people consider to be the best game in the series. At the time of its release, the ending to the first title was still relatively fresh in people's minds. It certainly was for me anyway, and the sequel gave fans plenty of reasons to be excited. This time, we take control of War's brother, Death, the Pale Rider himself. Going from one horseman to another with each major entry is part of what makes this franchise so appealing. It's a technical and creative challenge for the developers every single time, but there's no doubt it pays dividends. All sorts of questions came to mind. How will Death handle in combat? What will his moveset be like? What kind of personality will he have, amongst many others? It was quickly evident that the success of the first game granted the development team far more creative freedom. Whereas Darksiders 1 was closer to a traditional action-adventure title, this is an open-world game, with side quests, collectibles, and loads of optional content. It was a great time to be a fan of the series, but my first playthrough of this game left me feeling a bit uneasy. Darksiders 2 expands upon the formula in several different ways. It largely stays true to what was established in the first game, but many of the new things it adds vary in their quality, whilst other aspects pale in comparison to its predecessor. By the end of the game, I wasn't really sure what to think. Part of me loved it, but another part of me was glad it was over. I have a lot to say about this title, so let's get into it.
There can be no life without order. Good, evil, darkness, light. There must be balance in the universe. Such is the decree of the Charred Council, an ancient body charged by the Creator to preserve the very fabric of existence. But the balance has been broken. Even now, Earth smolders in ruin, fallen to the demon lords, and the Destroyer carves a new kingdom amongst his mighty chosen. Some say the Horseman War triggered the apocalypse, that he rode to Earth unbidden and doomed all of mankind. But what of the other horsemen, fearless enforcers of the Council's will? What of fury, strife, and death? To know those names, you must first know another. Nephilim, cursed union of angel and demon. The Nephilim had countless realms to the sword and burned them to ash. But 4 amongst them grew weary of the slaughter and feared their conquest would imperil the balance. And so a truce was made. The 4 would serve the Council in exchange for unimaginable power. Thus were the dreaded horsemen formed, and the riders' first task was to purge their own brethren from creation, to annihilate the Nephilim and destroy their souls. Let us now cast our gaze to one amongst the 4, not War, who lies chained at the Council's feet, professing his innocence, but one who would save his brother above all else. He has many names: Kinslayer, Executioner, Death. To bargain for war's freedom, Death swore that he would resurrect humanity. But he knew not how this might be done.
As the intro just established, Darksiders 2 does not pick up right where the first game left off. Rather, it takes place during War's century-long imprisonment by the Charred Council. Instead of looking for a way to prove his brother's innocence, Death sets out on a journey to erase the supposed crime by resurrecting all of humanity. This caught me by surprise when I first played the game, but I was keen to see how it all unfolds. Death travels to the Icy Vale in search of answers, and immediately there's a striking contrast between this game's prologue and that of the first entry. Darksiders 2 is far more adventurous than its predecessor, with fantastical locations that are completely original in this universe, providing a certain mystique to the entire journey. It's a stunning backdrop that accentuates all the right qualities of the game's art style. Death is seen riding on his steed Despair, reaffirming his position as a horseman. This was partly done in response to negative backlash Vigil received for how long it took to obtain Ruin in the first game. Personally, I never thought that was an issue, but it makes sense for the player to have Despair from the start anyway, since this game is much larger and more open than the previous one. Just like last time, this prologue serves to establish Death's fundamental capabilities in both combat and traversal. Mechanically, combat is of a similar vein, a hack-and-slash formula with various combos that are determined by button inputs. The most notable difference stems from the type of fighter Death is. His primary weapon is Harvester, a shape-shifting scythe which he dual-wields. As a result, his fighting style is a delicious combination of power and speed, opting to rush down enemies and take them out with a flurry of attacks. It's quite thrilling in its execution, as it's just as visceral as before, but faster, frantic, and much more aggressive. His only defensive maneuver is a short dodge, which can be performed up to 3 times in quick succession before a slight delay prevents you from dodging again. It directly feeds into his agile fighting style, allowing him to disengage from enemies quickly and re-engage with the same savagery. But if that doesn't tickle your fancy, there are also an abundance of secondary weapons. The biggest change in gameplay from Darksiders 1 to its sequel is the introduction of RPG elements. This game has an inventory and looting system. Armor, weapons, and talismans drop from enemies frequently. We'll talk more about this later, but for now let's focus on combat. Secondary weapons come in two different forms: heavy weapons such as maces, axes, and polearms, or light weapons such as arm blades, gauntlets, and claws. This means Death can still employ a fighting style similar to War's with these large two-handed weapons. Early in the game they are particularly effective as they outdamage the scythes significantly. Light weapons, like the scythes, deliver fast attacks and devastating combos. These secondary armaments are set up like the Tremor Gauntlet and Scythe from the first game. They have their own button input, but they're far better integrated here. Combining Scythe attacks with secondary attacks leads to unique combos that are really fun to pull off. It feels natural switching between them and doesn't break the flow at all. So with this, you essentially have the best of both worlds. Death's agility isn't just highlighted in combat though, he's also adept at traversal, and this is something Darksiders 2 does very well. We got some Prince of Persia stuff going on here, like climbing walls, running across walls, jumping from wall to reach higher areas, shimmying around wooden beams, and more as the adventure proceeds. The game puts a lot of emphasis on these movement options. They are key to exploration and puzzle solving, and the way they are incorporated into all that is great. It's not long before we encounter the first boss, an ice giant, complete with a health bar. As this is the fight that ends the prologue, there's absolutely nothing to it, literally. Dodge and attack when necessary, and eventually it goes down. Somehow there is less to this fight than the initial fight with Straga from Darksiders 1. Well, at least we get this badass execution cutscene where Death finishes it off in his Reaper form, which is the case for every boss encounter, and I never get tired of seeing this in action. Just like the first entry, this prologue serves its purpose well. It doesn't overstay its welcome, and lets the player familiarize themselves with basic mechanics. At the peak of this structure is an amazing visual set piece, further emphasizing the grander nature of this game and scale. Death seeks the Keeper of Secrets, otherwise known as the Crowfather. He tells Death that should a way to resurrect humanity exist, he will find it at the Tree of Life. He then demands that Death destroy the amulet holding the souls of the Nephilim, but the Horseman refuses. The Crowfather then takes the form of War, and the two duel it out. This fight is full of stylized action and a great musical piece accompanying it. War uses many of the attacks and abilities from Darksiders 1, which is cool to see, but otherwise there's not much to it mechanically speaking. Death emerges victorious and slays the Crowfather, but the amulet shatters and the souls of the Nephilim are embedded within his chest.
The uncountable worlds of our universe swirl in an endless abyss. Many worlds ravaged by time or conflict are swallowed by the abyss, returned to the nothingness from which they were formed. But others linger for eternity on the brink of annihilation, that creation might be balanced with destruction. And in the final moment of battle, Death was banished to one such world in the autumn of its life, yet not far from the edge of darkness. Had Death been sent to his doom? That answer would be found in the Horseman's future and in his past.
The Horseman wakes up in the Forgelands, home to a race of ancient beings called the Makers, who built cities for both heaven and hell, the same race that Ulthane belongs to. He is greeted by Elder Adard, their leader, who informs him that the Forgelands and other realms are being consumed by a force known as corruption. It blocks the way to the Tree of Life and cannot be beaten with a blade. He tells Death to seek out a maker named Alia, who may offer some assistance in his goal. This is where dialogue options are made apparent. Characters in this game have plenty to say about the state of things and their position in the universe. As a result, there's a lot more world building here compared to the first entry, and I think it was a wise choice as these lands are completely new to the player. By the time this conversation is over, I believe Death has already spoken almost as much dialogue as War in the entirety of his adventure. No longer are we treated to one-liners delivered in extremely dramatic fashion, which part of me thinks is a shame, but a different horseman calls for a different approach, and this depiction of Death is quite interesting. He's not a cold, sadistic being with little care for anything, quite the opposite in fact. One of my favorite interactions in this game is when you complete a set of side quests for one of the wardens. He comments how Death is much more kind-hearted than his name would suggest. His response is to chuckle and ask that it not be spread around.
Death, you are not so cold as you would have us all believe.
Well, keep that to yourself, old one.
This is a perfect summary of Death's characterization. The horseman is somewhat humanized in this game, and it makes him more relatable than War. He's also intelligent, as he regularly makes witty, smart-ass remarks. He's got a dry sense of humor that is entertaining. Anyway, we fight off some corrupt construct warriors and are given our first skill point. This game has two talent trees, Harbinger and Necromancer. The former enhances Death's offensive capabilities, offering aggressive skills that encourage a head-on approach, whilst the latter has more defensive and ranged skills. Both trees are very potent, and you're not limited to just one either. You can mix and match as you please. I went with the Harbinger tree for this playthrough, and it served me well. We'll talk more about these skills in a bit. Death makes his way to Tristone, the Maker's settlement and hub location in the Forgelands. Already the game is delivering a sense of scale that dwarfs Darksiders 1. The decision to set the sequel in worlds separate to Earth has its ups and downs for sure, but the biggest benefit is that it allows the environmental team to flex their creative muscles. Death is surrounded by massive stone structures that you just would not find on Earth. The otherworldly nature of these locations gives them a distinct allure. The Forgelands is the best area in the game. It is beautiful, with a great musical piece playing in the Tristone. There's a lovely atmosphere about it all that is instantly recognizable, far more than any area in Darksiders 1. Tristone has a few NPCs to converse with, and the first character you come across is Thane, the brother of Ulthane. He can teach the player new fighting moves, and you can challenge him to a duel. It's a tough fight this early in the game, but it is possible to take him down. My absolute favorite technique he teaches you is the first one, Harvester's Revenge, where you throw your scythes right after dodging. It's my go-to choice for destroying crates and other destructible objects, which is greatly satisfying in this game. But anyway, Death speaks with Alia, who explains that, in order to clear the path to the Tree of Life, he must help them forge a key that can activate a colossal stone construct named the Guardian. To do this, he has to effectively repower their forge by restoring the fire and water that flows into it. So, with a clear goal in mind, we set out towards Stonefather's Vale, a massive open zone that connects every location in the Forgelands. Blocking the way to the tree is a giant form of corruption with an eye that follows our every move. The ominous gaze did not deter me from stopping in my tracks and taking in the sights. It really is a picturesque location, despite it being completely empty and devoid of life. There is a good reason for this though, as we will find out later. The game's open-world design is one of a classic structure. You are free to go where you please, but certain parts of the world are inaccessible without a specific item or ability, so completing main objectives is very much a linear process. There are plenty of things to see and do along the way though. This game has a few mini-dungeons, or perhaps more appropriately, miniature instances. The Weeping Crag is an area you must travel through on the way to the first dungeon. This place is a good initial snapshot of the kind of things the game will ask of you in dungeons. Exploration, basic traversal stuff, keys to unlock doors, combat encounters, and a boss at the end of it all. These aspects act as the foundations for every dungeon in the game. If you try to fight this thing early on, you're going to have a hard time, so it's best to come back later. It's also here where you will find Volgrim, acting in a similar fashion to Darksiders 1, but he's a little downplayed this time. He only sells a respec option and boxes with random loot of varying quality. You don't have to visit him to fast travel either, instead you just open your map, select a location you've previously visited, and instantly travel there. Much better. It's not long before we make it to the Cauldron, the first dungeon. Now, Darksiders 2 has quite a long-winded progression curve in terms of its difficulty and complexity, and as a result, the first 2 dungeons in the Forgelands are a complete joke. The puzzles and combat encounters in these areas pose little to no challenge whatsoever. It took me longer to complete the Twilight Cathedral than it did the first 2 dungeons in this game combined. They are extremely basic. The Cauldron introduces familiar mechanics like using bombs to flick switches and destroy corruption, but an element unique to this game involves repositioning these massive orbs. They need to be placed in receptacles, which usually unlocks pathways or treasure chests. I must say I do enjoy how they combine these mechanics together, using the bombs to dislodge the orbs when necessary, as it allows for greater potential in the puzzle design. Add plenty of traversal and combat on top, and that's everything that makes up the first dungeon. The boss of this place is Garn, a construct that has fallen to corruption. Since you don't get any upgrade or item here, this boss fight just comes down to dodging and attacking. It's just as bland as the ice giant from the prologue. This is a major personal gripe I have with this game compared to its predecessor. In Darksiders 1, every dungeon came with a unique item or upgrade that brought with it unique puzzles and boss encounters. But here, a lot of the mechanics are reused over and over again, and many of the bosses are just pathetic, requiring nothing from the player besides dodging and attacking. Don't get me wrong, the bosses in the first game were not challenging in the slightest, but at least they had some engaging mechanics to them. Even some of the mini-bosses did. There are some exceptions, of course, the most notable being the Ivory Citadel, but the direction they've chosen to go for some of the dungeons here feels like a step backwards to me. Anyway, by pushing this lever, we successfully restore the Fire of the Mountain and head back to Tristone. Here, Alia gives us redemption, a revolver belonging to Strife. When Death asks her how it came to be in her possession, she is unable to give an answer. Redemption is something like an accessory item that deals minimal damage, but is particularly good against small critters like scarabs and stingers. Otherwise, it's mainly used to explode bombs and collect stone bites. The Drench Fort is the next dungeon, and mechanically it behaves very similar to the Cauldron. The puzzle solving once again involves bombs and moving orbs, but the complexity has been ramped up a bit. The game informs us of our ability to propel the orbs forward, a mechanic that is used to defeat the dungeon's boss. This place is basically an elaborate aqueduct, and our goal here is to open floodgates and restore the flow of water. When you first reach the dungeon, it is notably muted in its tone, but after restoring the flow of water, the entire place becomes much more vibrant. It's a very pleasing visual aesthetic that also acts as a clear sign of progression. I do enjoy seeing the vegetation spawn whenever the water is restored as well. The boss here is Karkanos, and the key to victory involves propelling orbs into the beast, as I mentioned before, revealing its weak spot and then slicing it to bits. I do find this more engaging than the previous boss, even if it is still rather basic. Like the first game, bosses here are never overly complicated, with 1 or 2 exceptions. Upon victory, the game rewards us with the ability to use Reaper form and an obscenely powerful weapon, the Masher of Karkanos, a giant 2-handed mace. On that note, let's talk more about combat and equipment. The looting system in Darksiders 2 has proven to be very divisive. People seem to either love it or hate it. Personally, I've never perceived it as some blot on the game that brings it down or anything. I like upgrading my gear. It's exciting and feels good, whilst also adding something of a personal touch. I enjoy customizing death in various armor sets. However, I will agree that it's far from perfect. This game rains down an almighty avalanche of gear on the player, and it does feel a little ridiculous. Weapons and armor are divided into 6 categories determining their quality: normal, enchanted, rare, elite, legendary, and another type I'll get to in just a second. They come with certain properties, stuff like crit chance, crit damage, health per hit, health per kill, fire, ice, or shock damage, and so on and so forth. Outside of legendary equipment, loot drops are completely random, and the stats they have are random as well. This means you must regularly sift through every piece of equipment you pick up to see if it's beneficial, and it periodically brings everything to a halt, breaking the flow of the game. Maybe this won't bother you. It doesn't bother me as I take the time to manage my inventory, but I can see why people dislike it. I don't think the loot system itself is implemented poorly, but the game doesn't go out of its way to explain what all the stats represent. For example, what's the difference between defense and resistance? The game never explains it. This also applies to the unique passive abilities on legendary weapons. Sometimes you can guess what they do with the flavor text that comes with them, but there's no proper explanation. I do enjoy some of the unique abilities though, one of my favorites being Ice Touch, belonging to the Dark Talons, which freezes enemies in their place, making any follow-up attack even more deadly. Stuff like this does make legendary equipment worthy of the title, and there's good variety between them because there are so many legendary weapons out there. The final category of equipment is something wholly distinct: possessed weapons. These are weapons that can be leveled up by sacrificing other items to them. When you do this, you can transfer one of its stats to the possessed weapon, which, if done properly, can completely break the game. Stack up on something like health per hit, and you will never die again. This makes possessed weapons the most potent variety by far, so much so that they pretty much invalidate every other weapon, especially in the endgame. Combat in Darksiders 2 follows a similar structure to its predecessor, the biggest difference being Death's fighting style as I mentioned before. As far as I'm concerned, this automatically makes combat here more enjoyable. I'm just a bigger fan of faster paced engagements. It is super fun utilizing Death's speed to mow down enemies, and there's more to work with on top. Death has a much larger moveset compared to War, and the moves themselves are easy to accumulate. You purchase them from trainers with Guilt, the main form of currency, which itself is very easy to accumulate. By the time I made it to the second world, I had every move available, so switching between primary and secondary attacks with varying inputs never got dry for me. It's also why I lean towards light secondary weapons, as they flow with scythe attacks a lot more smoothly than the heavy weapons. I did get plenty of mileage out of the two-handed options though. That weapon, the Masher of Karkanos, absolutely destroys opponents and it feels good. There are times when you can get locked into combo animations, but I don't think that's a big issue. Darksiders 2 definitely offers more variety, but a lot of it treads familiar ground. Like before, the more you put into the combat system, the more you will get out of it, but in this case put too much into it and you run the risk of breaking the game. The skills from the talent trees do go some way in giving combat more flavor as well. Each tree consists of 4 active skills, the rest are passive upgrades to those 4, so in a sense it's not too dissimilar from War's Wrath abilities, but the trees themselves allow for greater focus. It's also a lot more organic to obtain these skills. In the previous game you had to go out of your way to buy them, but here skill points are naturally given to you as you progress. More than anything though, these skills complement Death's fighting style wonderfully, especially Teleport Slash, which serves to keep up the pace and aggressiveness of combat. The skills are just altogether handled better in this game. There's some other stuff as well. Once again, focusing your camera is great for one-on-one fights, but terrible for taking on multiple opponents. I do appreciate the health bar that hovers above enemies' heads now when you do focus on them though. Reaper form is once again a great way to stamp out fights, but it doesn't feel quite as punchy as Chaos form. It also doesn't make Death completely invulnerable, instead it greatly reduces the amount of damage he takes. After a certain point, Reaper Form Plus is unlocked, making it hit harder and last longer, but also unleashing a blast of magical force upon exiting the form. This is extremely powerful and obliterates enemies, which I welcome. It is very easy to fill up your Reaper gauge in this game. Just like before, hitting enemies with your primary weapon contributes to it, but if you get the Grim Talisman from Muria, something you can do very early on, secondary weapons also contribute to it, and it's kind of insane. Depending on the circumstances, you can refill your Reaper gauge every 2 packs of enemies. I feel this game doesn't respond properly to how powerful you can make your character. I played Darksiders 2 on Definitive, a special difficulty only available in the Definitive edition, which is far harder than Apocalyptic. Sounds brutal, right? Well, trust me, it isn't. In fact, this game is almost laughably easy. Even without any overpowered stuff, there is barely any challenge in combat here, which I find a little disappointing. Only one boss encounter is even remotely difficult, but like the first entry, it doesn't feel like it's trying to be. I don't mean for that to be an excuse or anything, but what you gonna do? This is a much bigger game, and as such the enemy variety has increased. The only problem is that enemies are often relegated to a particular world, and since you spend so much time in each world, you start to notice the repetition, especially in the Dead Kingdom. I do think the game is guilty of reusing normal enemies as bosses as well. Every major boss fight in the first game was wholly unique, but here some of the bosses are just bigger versions of normal enemies with no meaningful mechanics to them, and it's a bit underwhelming. Still, the unique bosses are fun, and I'll go over them as the video proceeds. I also have to say, I don't like how rare finishing moves are now. In Darksiders 1 you could execute almost every enemy after dealing enough damage, but here, whether the prompt appears or not is driven by the execution stat, so effectively it is random, and that is lame. I know I just made a couple complaints, but I want to stress that combat in Darksiders 2 is much more enjoyable than Darksiders 1. It flows far better, and there's more variety and potential to it. It feels like a step in the right direction, and in a sequel that's precisely what I want to see. So anyway, with the fire and the tears restored, the Makers forge a Maker's Key. Elder Adard tells us to seek out a construct hidden in the forest who will help us get to the Foundry, where the Guardian is located. This leads us to the Lost Temple, the 3rd dungeon. The main gimmick of this place is using the Maker's Key to awaken these constructs, and utilizing them to open pathways and traverse large chasms. You do this by shooting arm chains and traveling over them. They control smoothly, and they're also effective in combat, which I appreciate. Combine this with earlier mechanics, namely bombs and repositioning orbs, as well as the usual traversal, and you have the Lost Temple. It does feel like a step up in complexity from the previous dungeons, and in retrospect, the progression curve is very well implemented, but I think it starts off a bit too easy. The boss fight here is the Construct Hulk. It's a very simple fight. You throw bombs its way, they explode, it slumps to the ground, and you hack away at the core. Lather, rinse, repeat until you win. I do think this is the best boss fight we have experienced in this game so far. Death awakens the Construct, and together they make their way back to Tristone. The Construct rebuilds the bridge connecting Tristone to the Foundry, and with the help of a young maker named Khan, we head inside. We first meet this guy outside the cauldron, and he offers a side quest for us, which involves finding an item within the dungeon. He does this for the next 2 dungeons as well, and if you complete it, he rewards you with the Gauntlets of Savagery. This is but one of quite a few side quests in this game, some of which are okay, but most of them are just collectathons which require an unholy amount of backtracking, so I did not bother with those ones in particular. I did enjoy Thane's series of quests that have you track down and kill 4 bosses though. The Foundry is the final mandatory dungeon in the Forgelands. As soon as we enter, we see this enormous hammer, the weapon that the Guardian wields, a powerful visual set piece, and another example of the immense scale of this world. The Guardian is seen lying dormant. Khan tells us we need to find 3 Heartstones to awaken it. The Foundry puts to work all the mechanics we have learned so far, and even utilizes the main theme of each dungeon, like an amalgamation of all 3 combined. Khan is only here to throw us across large distances, hold open doors, and carry the Heartstones. Early on we receive the Death Grip, acting very similar to the Abyssal Chain from the first game. I think it's better integrated here, as it acts as an extension of Death's traversal abilities, working naturally with them. Sometimes it can be a bit fiddly, but otherwise it's a fun upgrade. Death collects 2 pure heartstones, but the third one is corrupted, which causes the construct we use to reach it to turn on us. A fairly cool concept, but the fight itself consists of nothing but dodging and attacking. The only thing to look out for is this spin attack, which is easily avoided. This sequence of events leaves Khan hesitant to place the corrupted heartstone in the Guardian, but Death wagers the other 2 may cleanse the third. Unfortunately, he is incorrect in this assumption, and the corrupt Guardian makes its way to Stonefather's Vale. When you exit the Foundry, the Guardian has left a trail of destruction in its wake, completely changing the tone and music of the area for the rest of the game. Elder Adard stands against the Guardian but proves ineffective, and leaves it up to Death to take it down. This is by far and away the most spectacular boss fight in the entire series. It is monumental in its scale, the only downside being the camera at times. I mean, look at this, it's ridiculous. This boss fight is clearly why Stonefather's Vale is so big and empty, to accommodate for it. This encounter consists of 2 phases, the first of which has you shoot bombs on its arms and then hack away at the Heartstone. In the second phase, a massive bomb is released, which must be damaged with your gun and then lured to the Guardian. Some traversal is involved to reach the second Heartstone, and the final blow is delivered by Death himself.
You had no choice but to destroy him, Horseman. Yet if the path to the Tree of Life is to be cleared, I have no choice but to bring him back.
How many times would you have me kill him?
The Guardian will be as a newborn, free of corruption. Now, stand aside. This will take more than a small effort.
You won't survive this!
I am a maker. That task defines my very purpose, as the reaping of souls defines your own. There is no escaping it! Get to the tree now, Horseman. Your journey is far from over.
Finally, the way to the Tree of Life is cleared. Death approaches the massive gate but is seized by corruption and dragged into the tree. It's here where we encounter Absalom, the first of the Nephilim and their former leader, slain by the hands of death when the horsemen wiped them out. Absalom is the source of corruption, a manifestation of his hate and anger.
What divides a soul? Some call it the spark within that fights the darkness, that burns for life itself. But what of death, who became the Reaper on the day he slaughtered the Nephilim? He killed his brother, his comrades, and Absalom.
Death! Why do you slay your own?
The Nephilim have no claim to Eden.
There are realms for angels and demons. Why not for us?
Eden belongs to man.
It belongs to those who take it!
The eons have not answered the question. Was it worth it?
Brother.
That one moment begot corruption and crowned him kinslayer. The bitter victory could not be undone.
Death finds himself in the kingdom of the dead and speaks with a merchant named Ostagoth. He explains that what the horseman is really looking for is the Well of Souls. Only there can death resurrect humanity, and to that end, he must speak with the Lord of Bones, the ruler of the Dead Kingdom. So this opens up an entirely new world for us to explore, something that makes Darksiders 2 dwarf the first game in size, and there's more to come. This place follows an identical structure to the Forge Lands, mostly open but with inaccessible areas without the correct upgrade. It's not as big as the Forge Lands, it's a much more vertical zone with fewer characters and world building about it, a trend that oddly continues as the game proceeds. To speak with the Lord of Bones, Death must reach the Eternal Throne, a giant floating fortress pulled by two massive leviathans. Death jumps directly onto the beasts themselves and makes his way to the top of the structure. The Eternal Throne acts as the hub location in the Land of the Dead. It's here where you can find Draven, the Master of Blades, a former human warrior who acts as the Weapon Master, similar to Thane. Upon defeating the boss of the Cauldron, you receive a weapon called the Dark Avenger, which once belonged to Draven himself. Getting to meet him in the Dead Kingdom is a small detail I enjoy. Death speaks with the Chancellor, who tells him he must first defeat the arena's champion and bring back their skull before gaining an audience with the Lord of Bones. Conveniently, they pull up right next to the arena, and seeing the two Leviathans interact with each other here is one of my favorite scenes in Darksiders 2. It really hammers home that otherworldly feel. I've mentioned the sense of scale this game delivers a few times now, and I feel it must be brought up again. It seems the developers really wanted to broaden the scope of everything here. Visually and spatially, it makes for quite the spectacle, but it doesn't always translate well into gameplay. The Land of the Dead is where this game starts suffering from pacing issues and repetitive gameplay loops, which will soon become apparent. There's also the matter of inconsistency between worlds, but we'll talk more about that at the end. The arena acts as the first dungeon in the Dead Kingdom. To fight the champion, we must first find 3 Animus Stones. It's here where a core mechanic used in almost every subsequent dungeon is introduced: lanterns that fire off beams of light which we must reposition. This is done by physically carrying the lanterns, as well as altering the direction they face when attached to these statues. They also act as objects used to weigh down pressure plates. A simple concept, but it does lead to some fun puzzle solving, as Death Grip is often required to reposition them as well. Like the first game, nothing gets too brain-taxing here, but I do think the arena is a good introduction to the next set of dungeons. After collecting the 3 stones, we fight the champion, a being I think is pronounced as Nasher. This is one of the more interesting encounters, as we must first deal with this weird form that burrows in and out of the ground before charging at death like a buzzsaw. The death grip is used to temporarily stun the creature before it transforms and the actual boss fight begins. In this form, the boss will tear out its spine and use it like a whip, a cool design concept. Its attacks cover a large space because of this, so careful dodging is required. Once again, the death grip is used to stun the creature, and before long we retrieve its skull. With this, Death is granted an audience with the Lord of Bones, who tells him he will only open the way to the Well of Souls if the horseman finds and returns 3 dead lords. The king gives Death the interdiction ability, used to bind the lords to his will, and off he goes to search for them. This makes up the main bulk of Death's foray in the Dead Kingdom. 3 dead lords, 3 dungeons back to back. Let's get on with it. First up is the Phariseer's Tomb, one of my favorite dungeons in the game. At the heart of this place is an elevator taking you to 4 separate floors. The Phariseer manipulates the elevator so we are unable to reach the 2nd floor where his chambers reside, so we must explore the other floors to find a way to get there. A fairly creative layout, unlike any other dungeon we have seen in the series so far, making it memorable. Still, the core mechanics that make up the puzzle solving is largely an extension of everything that comes before it. Instead of manipulating the position of orbs, we must now do the same for these giant pillars. I'm glad we can use the death grip in this regard, it makes the whole experience a lot smoother. This is also where the game starts getting a little bit tedious with the introduction of some new enemies, namely these undead generals and later on these large scarabs. They're a bit annoying to deal with as they have a lot of health and consistently block your attacks with their shield, almost like they are pace breakers in a sense. Eventually we use one of the pillars to hold up the elevator, allowing us to reach the 2nd floor and face the Phariseer in combat. This fight just comes down to dodging and attacking, but the room is filled to the brim with a variety of skeleton adds, and the Phariseer has some long-lasting attack sequences which can catch you off guard. Upon defeat, the Phariseer yields to Death and agrees to follow him. This is where interdiction comes into play. Now we may control the Dead Lord and have him pass through gates to interact with objects, as well as weigh down pressure plates, acting as the primary means of puzzle solving in the next 2 dungeons. Next up is the Judicator. Now, unlike the Phariseer, this is someone we can speak to shortly after entering the dungeon. I particularly enjoy this line from him.
I have no time for the likes of you, horsemen. I hear the pleas of the dead, not the damned.
However, he will only join us if we find 3 lost souls and return them to him. This is quite possibly the stupidest moment in the entire series. We are already on the hunt for 3 MacGuffins, and the game asks us to collect 3 separate MacGuffins in the process. What the fuck? This is what I was talking about when I mentioned repetitive gameplay loops. I feel Darksiders 2 suffers from a lack of creativity in its writing. Too often does the game present arbitrary obstacles with absolutely no relevance to the overarching story as a means of facilitating gameplay. Unfortunately, the way the story is set up means the developers have sort of backed themselves into a corner, so every time the game is extended, it feels very artificial. This is something I'll elaborate on more after finishing the game. This dungeon is split up into 3 distinct sections and requires heavy use of interdiction to solve puzzles. A lot of it comes down to doing things in a certain order, so weighing down the correct pressure plate to open pathways, and then doing the same in the newly opened area to make it across the room. It can be a bit of a drag if you're commanding the Dead Lord across long distances, because his movement speed is slow, and I wish that wasn't the case. There's also a shitload of combat encounters, including 2 bosses, the first of which being the Tormentor. There's not much to say about this fight, it's simply a test of your dodging skills, but the reason I dislike it is because it's preceded by 2 sets of adds every single time, so if you die you have to go through the adds again. The second is against the Bone Keeper, a skeleton hanging from this chain. You must use the death grip to get close to it and hack away before the actual boss fight against the Bone Giant begins. This encounter is just pathetic. All you need to do is dodge its arm swings, something made incredibly easy thanks to how lumbering they are, and slice it to bits. You don't do anything here. Not the most fulfilling boss design, it has to be said. So we return the 3 lost souls and the Judicator willingly joins our cause. Immediately after though, the 3rd Dead Lord Basilius makes an appearance, who issues a challenge to Death to prove himself by completing a trial known as the Psychomeron, another dungeon. This place is more like a miniature instance rather than a full dungeon. It's nowhere near as big or time-consuming as the previous 2. The puzzles here are interesting, as now we must control 2 dead lords to proceed, a natural progression from before, but there are not many puzzles to solve here, and it feels like a missed opportunity. 2 dead lords means the potential for much more sophisticated level design and puzzle solving is there, but it's not really capitalized on. We're doing the same thing as before, just twice. There's also another combat encounter against the Bone Giant, and it's completely unchanged from the one we just fought, making it redundant. Thankfully, the battle against Basilius is one of the more dynamic fights in the game. It's made up of 2 bosses that share the same health bar, Basilius and Echidna, one of the targets for Thane's series of side quests. This battle does not have phases, per se, but it is split between Basilius on his own and then Basilius on top of Echidna. Naturally, their movesets are radically different to each other, which makes the fight quite engaging. Both use extremely fast, long-ranged attacks that keep you on your toes for the entire fight's duration. There are times when Basilius will call upon Echidna to land this AoE ability whilst he himself is battling Death, but it's only one attack. Still, this is easily the best boss in the Dead Kingdom so far. It's good fun. So finally Death fulfills his part of the bargain and brings the 3 dead lords to the Lord of Bones, who proceeds to destroy them for forsaking their duty. Kinda makes that entire sequence feel pointless, but the Lord of Bones does direct Death towards someone in his kingdom who knows the way to the Well of Souls.
No more use for you!
What is this? I don't like being toyed with.
They failed me, but you have earned my gratitude. I will send you to one in my kingdom who knows the way to the Well of Souls. But first, there are demons that you must face.
I've already faced and killed many.
Not like these. There is great power bound in that amulet. But your shame stays its unlocking.
I regret nothing.
Oh, I can see beyond your flesh to where the true battle rages.
That's an interesting piece of dialogue right there. I see beyond your flesh to where the true battle rages. It's just a way to emphasize that this is a deeply personal journey for Death as he grapples with the idea of his brother's life on the line and the souls of those he damned acting as a constant reminder of his actions. Anyway, Death finds himself just outside the City of the Dead. The Chancellor tells him that the city acts as a location where souls have their past life cleansed, so they may pass through the well and be reborn. The Horseman is granted the Soul Splitter upgrade, an ability that lets him split his spirit into 2 halves, allowing them to be moved and controlled separately from his physical form, which itself turns into stone. This is our primary method of puzzle solving in the City of the Dead, which acts as the 5th and final dungeon in the Dead Kingdom. Honestly, completing 3 dungeons back to back, only to be told to fuck off and complete one of the longest dungeons in the game immediately after, leaves a very bad taste in my mouth. The Land of the Dead has egregious pacing issues. It's all just a bit too much and it wears me down. But to give credit where credit is due, the City of the Dead is one of the best dungeons in the game, in my opinion the 2nd best. The puzzles here require the use of Soul Splitter to do things that one Death could not, so weighing down 2 pressure plates at the same time, or travelling to one end of the room with one Death and the opposite part of the room with the other. These spiritual forms act and behave just like the real thing in traversal and combat. The player can switch between each form with the push of a button and cancel the ability at any time as well. Whenever this is done, Death will always respawn wherever the stone statue he leaves behind is positioned, which of course you must manipulate in some situations. Those are my favourite utilizations of this technique, the 2 deaths and the stone statue. It can also be used in other applications, such as transferring bombs or lanterns across large distances. The only limitation it has is that the spiritual deaths cannot travel too far from the stone statue, or the ability will automatically cancel. The way this all comes together makes for one of the best integrations of an upgrade in the game. The puzzles are sufficiently creative, which leads to a great feeling of satisfaction upon solving them, making for a highly engaging dungeon. The boss here is the Wailing Host, a giant Cthulhu-looking creature that feels very appropriate. You don't need to use Soul Splitter for this fight, but you will have to dodge its wide-sweeping arm attacks. After dealing enough damage, it will fall to the ground, allowing you to slice it up. The boss will periodically retreat behind a pillar of energy, spawning adds which must be dealt with. At the halfway point, Death rips off the being's mask, initiating the second phase. This is basically the same as the first, but with a new attack in its arsenal, repeated fist slamming, as well as adds spawning more frequently. A fairly easy fight all in all, with a great execution cutscene. After defeating the creature, we walk into the next room and encounter none other than the Crowfather. That's right, we did all that shit just to meet him again for further instructions. He tells Death that to reach the Well of Souls he must first find two keys, one held by the angels, and another held by the demons. Why is this game still going? Okay, so this is quite a good conversation, and I want to highlight a few key points. Death states that he would storm the White City itself to save war, reinforcing how much he cares for his brother. He also says that if he could go back in time, he would see Absalom spared. From this, we can see that Death feels somewhat guilty for his actions in the past, which is probably what the Lord of Bones was referring to. By killing the Wailing Host, Death has freed the souls of humanity, but because something is drawing power from the well, a void is left where there once was life. We know from Azrael in Darksiders 1 that this is the work of the Destroyer, fueling his demonic army, and I like how this links back to it. For the Horseman to resurrect humanity, he must sacrifice the souls of the Nephilim, a tremendous ask for someone who has already slaughtered them all once in the past and feels guilty for it. It adds a lot of weight to his journey. In search of the keys, Death first travels to Lostlight, an angel outpost. The final two worlds in this game are nowhere near the same size as the previous two. In fact, both are just straight corridors leading to a single dungeon of sorts, with only one or two characters to be seen. It's a jarring contrast in scale and scope. It comes off as unfinished, honestly, especially the final realm, but we'll talk more about that at the end. Death makes his way to the Crystal Spire and speaks with Archon Lucian, the commander of Lostlight. The Archon knows exactly why Death has come to him by peering into his pool of visions, but he won't do anything until Lostlight is cleansed of corruption. He tells Death to travel to Earth and find the Rod of Arafel, a holy artifact that will clear a path to the Ivory Citadel, where the key is supposedly located. On Earth, Death just so happens to encounter Uriel's Hellguard doing battle with demons and saves her from them. Uriel states that the rod has been broken up into 3 pieces, so Death goes on his way to find them. This part of the game has always felt a little undercooked to me. It's one big gauntlet where you fend off hordes of demons in search of the rod. You do this by utilizing one of 2 firearms, Salvation or Gorehammer. I stuck with Salvation for the entire run as I found it more effective, but it's almost too effective. This entire section is a run and gun sequence where all you do is blast away your foes for about 30 minutes. It's mindless, a linear pathway with no exploration necessary unless you want to complete Uriel's side quest where you end the life of 10 trapped Hellguard. With the Rod of Arafel restored, the Archon clears the path to the Ivory Citadel and tells Death to seek out the Scribe when he gets there. We mount an angelic griffin, just like the first game, and fly on over. The Ivory Citadel is the Darksiders 2 equivalent to the Black Throne, the largest dungeon in the game with the most complex puzzles. Just like the Black Throne, it is split up into 3 distinct sections, where your primary goal is to activate light orbs. This is done with the returning Voidwalker, acting in the exact same way as Darksiders 1. With this, we create portals in 2 locations, allowing instant travel and transference of light. But the biggest difference is that now we also have access to Soul Splitter, and combining these 2 upgrades together make for the most intricate puzzles in the game. It's quite impressive how they've managed to keep this concept relatively fresh by incorporating Soul Splitter. The puzzles are very well designed and leave you with an immense sense of satisfaction for figuring them out. It's also here where you can obtain my favorite armor set in the game, the Angel of Death armor, which provides a huge boost to the Horseman's defensive capabilities and looks incredibly badass. The Ivory Citadel is easily the best dungeon in the game. The puzzles are great, it's fun to travel through, it's bursting with secrets, and there's an absolutely beautiful musical piece playing in the background. I think the Black Throne is more intricately woven together, but this dungeon has far better pacing, so they're about equal in their overall quality to me. It's just a shame that the information we receive from the boss here makes the place feel pointless. So we have to take on Chimera the Scribe, and this is a fight I enjoy because the Voidwalker is key to taking him down. If you try to attack this guy head on, he will knock you back repeatedly. He has this one attack where he shoots off a giant orb, which you must manipulate with the Voidwalker to hit him with. This will knock him down, allowing you to slice away. Repeat this process until he fires off a sort of laser, which you must again manipulate with the Voidwalker so that he is struck. Once you figure out what to do, it's not difficult at all, but at least it's somewhat engaging. Upon defeat, Chimera tells Death that the Archon is the one who brought corruption to Lostlight after going mad from seeing some unknown truth in his pool. He fell victim to corruption's influence, slaughtered the angelic inhabitants of the Ivory Citadel, and has been holding onto the key this entire time. You can tell by the Horseman's reaction here that he is losing patience with all this nonsense, and holy shit, so am I. So back to the Crystal Spire we go to confront the Archon. It's revealed that he helped Abaddon partially open the Well of Souls, believing the Archangel still served the light. It's implied that his discovery of Abaddon's deception is what allowed corruption to fester within him. We engage him in battle, and despite being visually epic, the fight itself is okay. His attacks mainly involve firing off waves of corruption which can be easily dodged once you get the hang of it. There's also one attack where he slams into the ground, which must be avoided by using the Death Grip. After a third of his health bar is depleted, Death cuts off his wings and Phase 2 begins, but it's mostly just more of the same as before. The final phase is where the Archon spawns wings made of corruption, but again it's just more of the same with one extra attack that is easily avoidable. I'd be fine with all this, but on definitive difficulty, the fight can last for more than 10 minutes. Kinda drags. At the very least, we do get a great execution cutscene at the end of it all. Death retrieves the Angel Key, and the Crowfather opens the way to Shadow's Edge, an area that looks amazing, but is extremely shallow as there is very little here. Ostagoth informs the Horseman that this realm belongs to none other than Samael, a surprising inclusion, but the demon has long departed. Inside the structure, Death encounters Lilith, who apparently resides there now. If you ask her why she is here, she states that she is drawn to power, and no demon in any realm can match that of Samael. It's suggested that they were once lovers, as Lilith states that she shares his bed. Somewhere along the line their relationship soured and Lilith turned to Lucifer. Together they plotted to upset the balance by transforming Abaddon into the Destroyer, which I guess Samael disagreed with vehemently, leading to his imprisonment. Lilith is the one who created the Nephilim, and refers to herself as Death's mother, something he refuses to acknowledge. She recalls how Death is the only one who showed remorse for the slaughter of the Nephilim, reaffirming a few things we talked about earlier. Lilith states that the key is held by Samael, but since he is no longer here, she bestows upon Death the Phase Walker, an enhanced version of the Void Walker, allowing him to open portals into the past. Before heading out, she tells the horseman to answer his heart and resurrect the Nephilim when he reaches the Well of Souls. So the Phase Walker acts just like the Void Walker. You shoot these green portals and use them to reach the past. To find Samael, Death must travel to the past and alter things so that when he returns to the present, they are sufficiently changed enough, allowing him to proceed. This back and forth between the past and the present to solve puzzles is a very cool concept, and it's easy to see the potential in it, but that potential is never fully realized. There is only one puzzle here. It's a good one, as it requires the use of Soul Splitter as well, but otherwise this place is made up of exploration and a couple combat encounters. It takes no time whatsoever to reach Samael, and it's incredibly jarring. Samael knows full well that Death has journeyed here from the past, displaying some sort of omniscience. The two duel it out, and this is easily the best fight in the whole game. It is extremely frantic as Samael constantly teleports towards you, and getting a good rhythm down is key. At one point he summons fiery orbs, which are easily dodgeable, acting as something like an intermission to the action. Eventually he retreats towards his throne and pulls the platform towards him with a casual arm movement. Here the fight is the same as before, but becomes even more intense. One thing to watch out for are these exploding runes on the floor that require precise movement to avoid. You need to be on alert at all times during this fight. It's the only battle in the game which is even remotely challenging, and it did take me a few attempts to complete. The two reach a stalemate, and Samael willingly gives Death the demon key. And so now we finally have the means to enter the Well of Souls. The Crowfather warns Death that a dark presence guards the well, a champion of sorts in the form of Absalom. Death enters and comes face to face with the creature, engaging him in combat, just as he had done eons before. Unlike Samael, Absalom poses little threat. He has two main attacks to look out for, this large sweeping AoE ability and a ground stomp where he leaps towards the horseman. These two attacks are repeated so often that it honestly makes the fight a little boring. Otherwise he throws his axe towards Death, spawns this burrowing manifestation of corruption, and finally a binding attack where you have to button mash to break free. After an intense battle, Death gains the upper hand and defeats Absalom. He asks Death to take his hand once more as his brother, but the horseman ignores his plea and kills him for good, ending the threat of corruption permanently.
Absalom stopped the corruption. I stand at last at the Well of Souls, with no idea what I must do next.
It is quite simple, and yet most difficult.
I'm in no humor for riddles, Crowfather.
You may tap the power of the well to return the kingdom of man, or you may resurrect the Nephilim. But know that choosing one will forever doom the other.
My brother wore. I would protect him above all.
To return man to the earth will require a sacrifice. and the seeds of humanity were resown. But Death's journey was not ended. On the shattered Earth, his brother War had slain the Destroyer.
You will be hunted. The White City for certain, the Council, and there will be others. You would wage this war alone?
No. Not alone.
War had broken the seventh seal, summoning the horsemen of the apocalypse. And the number of the riders shall ever be 4.
If you go through the entire credit sequence, an extra cutscene plays with Lilith and Lucifer.
You are alone, Lilith? Where are my Nephilim?
My prince,
The end war is upon us. Yet instead of the army you promised me, death has returned man to the balance.
I await your punishment.
This time, Lilith, you will get no pleasure from it.
I guess Lilith was just manipulating death to resurrect the Nephilim for Lucifer's grand scheme, whatever that is. I gotta say, considering everything it took for us to get here, that ending is a bit underwhelming. It's almost like the developers knew it was underwhelming as well, as immediately after we get a rehash of the ending to the first game. I do find it powerful in a symbolic sense. Death taking off his mask for the first time since slaughtering his kin, choosing to damn the Nephilim to resurrect humanity, and ultimately sacrificing himself to clear his brother's name. It is strong in that regard, but it's nowhere near as thrilling as the conclusion to the first game. It was never going to be, given the circumstances, and I do find Death's personal quest quite compelling. It starts off with the horseman looking for a way to redeem his brother, but in the process he ends up redeeming himself. There is a certain emotion behind it which I greatly enjoy. The problem lies in how it is handled. Between meeting the Crowfather at the very beginning of the game, and Death sacrificing himself to resurrect humanity at the very end of the game, nothing really happens. There's some drama with a few characters here and there, but that stuff is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, only serving as means to an end, a way to facilitate gameplay. Death is effectively sent on a wild goose chase that has him bouncing from area to area collecting MacGuffins to reach the Tree of Life and then the Well of Souls. During this time, the plot never moves forward. There is no narrative progression at all. Gameplay progression exists, but narrative-wise there is nothing, because we are explicitly told early on that the Well of Souls holds the answer, so the main adventure is just looking for a way to get there. Now the same can be said for the first entry, as there is no narrative progression on the quest to slay the Chosen, but I can forgive that because the game is much shorter than this one, and the story at least starts going somewhere after reaching the Black Throne. Darksiders 2 is more than twice the size of its predecessor, and don't get me wrong, that's fantastic in terms of gameplay, to a degree, but when there is no growing plot to keep me occupied, it's incredibly draining regardless. This is my biggest problem with Darksiders 2, and why I always struggle to go back to it. Death's journey is basically a multi-part fetch quest that goes on for far too long, and because there are no major story beats throughout, the writing, and some aspects of the gameplay that accompanies it, is extremely repetitive and uninspired. The amount of times we have to complete 3 of this, or search for 3 of that, is frankly ridiculous. 3 dungeons to access the Foundry, 3 Heartstones to activate the Guardian, 3 Animus Stones to fight the arena's champion, 3 Dead Lords, 3 Lost Souls, 3 pieces of the Rod of Arafel, 3 Light Orbs in the Ivory Citadel. It just never ends. I'm honestly surprised we only need 2 keys to get to the Well of Souls and not 3. I think the developers tried to cram too much into the Land of the Dead. The dungeons there contain some interesting concepts, but it overstays its welcome, and then the game just keeps on going. Meanwhile, the story hasn't advanced in any meaningful way, so the player is continuously presented with arbitrary obstacles that artificially extend the adventure, a couple of which actively annoy me. I mean, when Chimera tells Death that the Archon has been holding onto the key this entire time, it makes everything we did in Lost Light feel pointless. It's all in the name of facilitating gameplay, but it is so clumsily handled in terms of writing that it comes off as a waste of time. Not to mention, it's another instance where one of the horsemen is made to look like a fool. There is a severe lack of consistency as well. The game starts off so great in this massive zone with loads of things to do, lots of characters and world building, but with each successive area all those aspects become noticeably fewer, to the point where the final zone is a straight corridor leading to a single dungeon with only one puzzle required to complete it. Everything varies in size and quality quite wildly throughout the game. Unfortunately, there may be a wider issue at the heart of all this. Darksiders 2 was developed in the midst of THQ going bankrupt, which may explain why so much of the game's later half feels rushed and unfinished. When it comes to stuff like this, I can only ever speculate, so take it with a grain of salt, but I imagine the developers were pressured by THQ to release the game as quickly as possible, so they could cash in on it before going under. THQ reported that they were on the verge of bankruptcy just 1 month after the release of this game, and 3 months later they declared bankruptcy. Regrettably, I think the effect of that is evident here. I do enjoy that the game expands upon the greater Darksiders universe by having the player travel through the Forgelands, the Kingdom of the Dead, Lost Light, and Shadow's Edge, bringing with it visual and thematic variety. Personally, I think every subsequent realm after the Forgelands is a step down in quality, and the characterization doesn't feel as strong as the first game to me, with the exception of Death. Still, I do love the links between worlds, like Draven's presence in the Eternal Throne, for example. The difference in atmosphere each realm brings is also rather enjoyable. Something I can always get behind with this game is the graphics and audio presentation. This is the classic Darksiders art style at its very best, providing a timeless look and feel to the adventure that I cannot get enough of. The music is fantastic as well, probably one of the most underrated OSTs in gaming, all thanks to Danish composer Jesper Kyd. There's a lot of range to this soundtrack, and it does wonders for the game's atmosphere, whilst also elevating those immense set-piece moments. Darksiders 2 has quite a hefty post-game compared to its predecessor. Again, it's not really a post-game, but whatever. You can finish up the side quests or search for all the collectibles, or do something much grander like the Crucible. This is an arena challenge where you must take on 100 waves of enemies with a final battle against Wicked Killington at wave 101. That is, if you complete all 100 waves in one sitting. You do this for some potent rewards, including 2 pieces of the Abyssal Armor, or just as a test of your abilities. Unsurprisingly, I did not bother for this playthrough because I was burnt out by the end of the game, and the Crucible is a sizable time sink. But if you want the very definition of a time sink, look no further than the Soul Arbiter's Maze. This is basically a dungeon made up of 10 levels with a shitload of enemies to destroy, and a battle against the Soul Arbiter himself at the end of it all. The real bullshit with this place though is that you have to enter one of 4 portals in a particular order, sometimes up to 4 times to reach the next level. Every time you enter a portal, you have to fight a bunch of enemies, and if you enter the wrong portal, you must start from the beginning of that level. You can find directions scattered across the world, but honestly, with the informational cesspool that is the internet, it would be foolish not to look up a guide. For some reason, Darksiders 2 also has downloadable content. The Abyssal Forge and Argul's Tomb are unique dungeons that do contain some interesting concepts, I will say. Argul's Tomb has good puzzle solving to it with heavy use of the Voidwalker for some fun traversal. The final boss is a giant dragon named Frostbane. The fight itself is okay, but the dragon spends way too much time in the air firing projectiles at you, making it drag. Likewise, the Abyssal Forge contains some decent puzzle solving, but the final boss encounter is a complete mess. I can barely see what's happening here. The Demon Lord Belial is definitely the most interesting of the 3 DLCs. We're sent back to Earth, and once again we encounter Uriel, who claims that human survivors have been spotted. After completing a couple puzzles here and there, nothing too spectacular, Death runs into one of them, a man only known as the Hunter. He tells Death that he sold his soul to a powerful demon named Belial in exchange for his safety and the location of the other humans. Death tracks down Belial in no time, who states that he tricked the Hunter just so he could kill the remaining humans. The two engage in battle, and this is a decent fight. Again, nothing too spectacular. When Death returns to the Hunter, he is initially elated that his soul has been freed, but when the truth is revealed to him, he says he can no longer live with himself for all the people he gave up to Belial. The Hunter asks Death to kill him where he stands, and the Horseman obliges. It's quite surreal seeing Death interact with a human. It alone makes this the most engaging DLC by far. It is a tragic story for the man, and it makes me wish we got a bit more exploration on the remnants of humanity. I think there is potential for interesting stories there, but who knows if that kind of thing will ever materialize. Darksiders 2 has always been a rather frustrating entry in the franchise for me. I find the journey exhausting, with its repetitive gameplay loops and complete lack of narrative progression. It's a shame, because there are plenty of things I love about this game. The focus on faster-paced combat, the outstanding musical score, the timeless art style that shines so wonderfully, taking control of Death himself with his snarky remarks and moments of kindness. Darksiders 2 has a lot to be admired, but my god, it is draining. And by the time we've made it to the City of the Dead, I'm just waiting for it to end. And when we finally arrive at that conclusion, it is underwhelming. Because of all this, I personally think it's the worst entry in the series. In some ways it feels like a natural progression from its predecessor, but in other ways it feels like a regression. It lacks the same level of balance and consistency as Darksiders 1. That game was never bursting with depth by any means, but it knew what it wanted to do and executed that by placing focus within its simplicity, whereas this game presents the facade of depth by trying to do far too much and not maintaining a persistent level of quality throughout. To me, it is a defining example of bigger, not necessarily meaning better. But this is where things get complicated for Vigil and THQ. As I stated earlier, Darksiders 2 did little to alleviate the problems THQ were facing, and only 4 months after its release, they declared bankruptcy. This ultimately spelt doom for Vigil Games, and their two founders would go on to form separate companies. Gunfire Games, an independent studio headed by David Adams. One of their first projects was a remastered version of Darksiders 2, the definitive edition for the series' new owner, Nordic Games, which would eventually be renamed to THQ Nordic after acquiring their trademark. The remaster was well received, so Nordic and Gunfire continued their partnership with the next mainline entry in the series. So, 6 years after the release of Darksiders 2 and 8 years after the original game, fans finally got to experience Darksiders 3. I remember seeing this game on Steam many moons ago and being pleasantly surprised that it was actually happening. The first thing that caught my eye though was the difference in art style. The game looked slightly more cartoony, and I wasn't sure what to think of it. In retrospect, it makes perfect sense. Jomad had formed his own company and wasn't a part of the development team for this title, so I imagine Gunfire took steps to make it their own, and this was one of them. Either way, the change in art style was small potatoes compared to the radical change in overall direction. No longer did we have a game stylized in the mold of Zelda and God of War. Instead, we had a Souls-like, or Souls-light if you prefer that term. The structure of the game had undergone a complete overhaul with dramatic changes to how combat and exploration is handled. To say that it was jarring would be an understatement. It's just altogether a different beast. Make no mistake, Darksiders 3 has a lot of good to it, but it's easy to see why it left so many people conflicted, and still does even to this day. Let's check it out. Now, I would play the intro cinematic, but it's quite lengthy, so I'm just going to summarize it myself. The opening cutscene is a sort of retelling of the Nephilim's origins and how the Four Horsemen came to be. The narrator describes each of them, but upon arriving at Fury, she interrupts the ceremony, so to speak, in a subversion that seems fitting for her character. She is described as the most unpredictable and impatient of her kin. Unlike Death and War, Fury has no obvious correlation to the traditional Four Horsemen, besides her steed being black. The third rider is usually interpreted as Famine, and I guess Vigil were not interested in staying true to that. The designs of each horseman were established during the production of Darksiders 1, as you can see their illustrations in the art book. The game cuts to a scene of Fury lamenting the boredom and lack of purpose in her life to her steed Rampage. Shortly afterwards, she is summoned before the Charred Council, where we see War in chains. Just like Darksiders 2, this game takes place during War's century-long imprisonment. The exact timeline is a bit difficult for me to say with any real precision, but it appears to be parallel to the events of Death's journey. The Council declare that War has broken the seventh seal and brought about the apocalypse early, which is a bit odd because in the first game the Council stressed that the seals are intact. Still, this is the Charred Council. We know they cannot be trusted, and this is all likely a ruse. While they seek to understand War's actions, Fury is tasked with hunting down the 7 deadly sins who have somehow escaped imprisonment. Though Fury agrees to hunt the sins, she demands that, in exchange, the Council make her leader of the Four Horsemen when she succeeds, with the Council consenting to her terms. That doesn't stop them from assigning a Watcher to ensure she fulfills her task. She is told to seek out a place called Haven and goes on her way, but just before leaving, War warns her that something is wrong with the universe and forces conspire against them. So we're back on Earth this time, and the events leading up to the battle with Wrath effectively acts as the prologue. It's not as clearly defined as the previous 2 games, but that's how I see it. Initially, things don't feel too out of place here. Fury controls rather comparably to her brothers. She has a jump, double jump, she can focus on enemies, there's a bit of weight to her attacks, but not much, and combos are performed with various inputs. Her primary weapon is Scorn, and its default form takes the appearance of a whip. This gives her attack some decent range, covering quite a wide area in front of her. It's also used as a method of traversal with the Whip Swing ability. The Watcher explains that Haven is a refuge for humans, apparently the last remnants of them. This is where the first sin, Envy, makes an appearance, who claims ownership over the humans and demands the horsemen mind her own business. Uninterested in humanity and deeming them tragically overrated, Fury proceeds to fight the creature. This battle acts as an introduction to the core facets of combat, and it's where you really start to feel the change in fighting mechanics. What we have here is a hack-and-slash formula with a heavy emphasis on dodging at the correct moment and following up with a counterattack. Every time you land a perfect dodge, the game slows down in a very satisfying manner, signaling that an arcane counter can be performed. At its most basic level, this is what defines combat in Darksiders 3. Dodging is your only defensive maneuver. You do get an extra defensive ability late in the game, but even with that, you'll still be dodging your way through every encounter. It does feel drastically different. It's not as free-flowing as the previous games, particularly Darksiders 2, rather it's a much more methodical approach to taking down enemies. That's not to say that a flow cannot be achieved, but it's a lot more rhythmic in its execution. Overcoming encounters, especially boss fights, is all about memorizing attack patterns and responding to them appropriately. We'll talk more about combat later, but for now we must deal with Envy. This fight primarily acts as a tutorial for the dodge mechanic and some traversal. She destroys the floor twice and floats into the air to charge an attack, so the player must reach her with the double jump and the whip swing, and then take her down with an aerial combo. That's all there is to it. Upon victory, Fury steals the Talisman of Sin, a device that Envy used to steal power from the other sins. Fury is able to trap Envy's essence within the talisman, which also serves as a locator of sorts. This is your compass and only form of navigation, acting in a very similar way to the modern God of War games. It's displayed at the top of the screen and directs the player towards the nearest sin. The Watcher points out that even with the talisman though, tracking down the deadly sins will prove a challenge, and that Envy was by far the weakest of them. Soon enough, Fury finds herself in Haven, where she discovers a pocket of human survivors and Ulthane. Together they have built this makeshift shelter to protect anyone they can find.
Call me Ulthane Blackhammer.
So you'll not be flattening me today?
A maker, are you not?
Aye, when there's something to make. Today my skills are only aimed towards instruments of death.
This is not your war.
No, not theirs neither. Like your council, I care for balance, Horseman. Humans, frail as they be, are part of the balance. Surely you're here to help protect them.
Wrong question.
A tribe of useless, hairless simians whose greatest talent was inventing ingenious new ways to divide and destroy one another. They could suffer forever or die tomorrow, and I wouldn't bat an eye either way.
And what is your business here?
What do they call you?
Jones.
Jones. Question me again with your last breath.
Look around. Look what's happened here. Do you honestly think anything scares me now?
Easy, lad. This one's none for trifles.
Yeah? What do I have to lose? This moronic conflict makes you all look so stupid. Angel, demon, horseman, even maker. What are you even fighting for, huh? Tell me!
I like this one. You may continue breathing, Jones.
Horseman, please. To have you on our side would turn the tide in ways we cannot measure. Humanity might stand a chance.
While my mission does involve balance, it does not require them. I am here to root out the 7 deadly sins and return them to the Council. No less, no more.
What if I can help you?
Ulthane convinces Fury to redirect any humans she finds back to Haven in exchange for improving her weaponry. This is done by utilizing the Bridgestone, allowing for instant transportation of every human. As a show of good faith, Ulthane points Fury towards Wrath. This is where the game opens up a bit, and where its structure becomes apparent. Volgrim makes a return and offers the horsemen various items in exchange for souls, the main currency of the game, which you obtain by killing enemies as well as shattering clusters of differing sizes. But souls also act as experience points, which you must feed a certain amount to Volgrim to level up, gaining an attribute point every time you do so. With this you can improve one of 3 attributes, and again we'll talk more about this stuff later. If you have any experience with Dark Souls, then this should all sound very familiar, and it goes further as well. Volgrim's plinths act as fast travel and respawn points, so a checkpoint-based progression system is in place here. Whenever you die, all the fodder enemies respawn, with a few exceptions, making every run to a boss room something like a gauntlet, which is especially true with the Estus Flask type healing system, the Nephilim's Respite. You lose your souls upon death, but can reclaim them by attacking this thing here. Really, there are many things that this title takes from Dark Souls, and it basically acts as the fundamental blueprint to how the game is set up. Fodder enemies are more dangerous than ever before. They are very aggressive, they don't hesitate to swarm you, and can kill you very easily. Fury is nowhere near as durable as War or Death as a result. This also makes the focus enemy option very hazardous, and it should only ever be used in a one-on-one battle. The same applies to the previous games, but it's particularly true here. Enemies come in all sorts of different flavors, each area brings a multitude of opponents, so things never get too stale, unless of course you find yourself dying repeatedly. This game has you deal with the tedium of respawning enemies, and if you're not a fan of that kind of thing, well, tough shit. Volgrim's plinths don't act exactly like bonfires. Your Nephilim's respite doesn't refill automatically whenever you visit him. Instead, you must purchase health lurchers. The only other way to refill them is by killing enemies and hoping they drop green lurchers. As far as I'm aware, this happens at random. Personally, I think this is a big oversight from the developers, as it makes things unnecessarily cumbersome, leaving you in a guessing game just hoping for green lurchers. Furthermore, using any item comes with an animation that leaves you vulnerable for a couple seconds. These systems lead to an inherently punishing adventure, far more so than the previous games, and it takes time to adjust to it all. The explorable world has been scaled back in size dramatically and is strung together in an interconnected fashion. I will say it is impressive seeing how each area is linked. You can reach everywhere from Haven. It's one big continuous environment with an abundance of shortcuts and hidden areas that are only accessible with the correct upgrade. This is what gives the game a Metroidvania style setup. The level design is tight, and traversal upgrades come in different flavors. This approach means things are much more enclosed than before, and as such you never get to ride Rampage, but from a gameplay standpoint that doesn't matter. It wouldn't work in these environs. You don't have a map this time, but that's not an issue either, as the world is made up of dedicated zones that are entirely linear. Now there is puzzle solving to be had, but it's very downplayed in comparison to the previous games. Puzzles are now a part of the world itself, to be solved on the way to each sin. There are no dungeons or anything like that, and as a result they are nowhere near as complicated as before. I like to describe them as deceptively simple, the kind of puzzles that appear trickier than they are, which is clever design admittedly, but never come close to the kind of intricacy found in Darksiders 1 or 2. The puzzle on the way to Wrath is a great example of this. So in this game we use these insects or whatever to absorb the properties of this goo-like substance. This will turn the insect into something like a timed bomb used to clear webbing. We need to do just that on the floor above us, but we are unable to aim it properly down below, and we can't jump with the bomb in hand. Opening the webbing on the bottom floor reveals a path to the top floor, where another exploding insect is present, along with the goo-like substance and red webbing, meaning that in time the webbing will respawn. The solution to this involves carrying the insect to the top floor without letting it absorb the flaming properties. Then we simply use one insect to destroy the red webbing, and the one we carried upstairs to destroy the next. Do you see what I mean by deceptively simple? The solution seems so obvious in hindsight, but they can be surprisingly tricky. Most of them are not though. In fact, this is one of the more difficult puzzles in the game. Yeah. Immediately after this is the fight against Wrath, and this is the first proper boss battle, but still something of a warm-up before you're truly tested. Wrath's attacks are quite easy to read, but there's a noticeable change-up to them when his health drops below 50%, a theme that is true for every boss in this game to some degree. This is where you'll likely experience the real joy of combat for the first time. By that I mean establishing a consistent rhythm of attacking, dodging, and counter-attacking. When you pull this off in succession and avoid getting hit for an extended period, it can be exhilarating. We're talking immensely satisfying stuff. It is a bit one-dimensional admittedly, but things are on the way up from here. Before delivering the final blow, Fury summons Rampage for some reason. Seems a bit out of place to me, but when he appears he is mortally wounded with an angelic weapon lodged in his body. This distracts Fury long enough for Wrath to impale her. Nevertheless, she deals a fatal blow to Wrath's physical form, but passes out from her injuries, realizing in her fading consciousness that she and her brothers have indeed been set up. She wakes up and finds herself in the Hollows, where she sees an entity known as the Lord of Hollows, hollowing the souls of an angel and a demon, granting them the ultimate respite or final release from the eternal war between heaven and hell. This guy is one of the most intriguing characters in the Darksiders universe, and I absolutely love this particular line from him.
Ah, the impetuous creature awakens.
Deluded pawn of the Charred Council. Do you even know where you are?
I know exactly where I am. The stench betrays you. The Hollows is a hell all its own.
Indeed. But it is one that I alone rule.
What did you do to them?
Nothing that they did not wish for. You wear your ignorance on your face. The true consequences of this so-called war for balance are beyond your comprehension. Perhaps I should hollow you. A watcher. This only confirms what I already held to be true. You are just a puppet. The Council is playing you to further their own machinations.
Enough! Unlike you, I have not come to this place for personal gain. The 7 deadly sins must be eliminated once and for all to protect the balance you mock. I will not be deterred.
She speaks the truth, O Lord, and she is tenacious to say the least.
Your words carry no weight with me. They stink of lies.
Fury instantly takes up arms, but soon realizes she is being tested. Despite stating that she had failed the test immediately, the Lord of Hollows rewards her for realizing its true purpose with the Flame Hollow.
This is more than a test of battle.
A demonstration, horseman. You are so quick to combat. Your whip ready to crack. True righteousness requires true insight. If this was a test, you have failed. To resist a call to raw impulse is a different type of strength.
Spare your wisdom. I know my strength, and when I prove it to the Council, I alone will lead the Horsemen. The 7 will be destroyed, along with their designs for a world far more hideous than the apocalypse we already know.
Very well. You will need this.
A flame hollow? For what purpose?
Even I am aware that there are times when sides must be chosen. Take this weapon, and know that I have chosen mine. But take heed, horseman. The universe has so many faces. Your survival depends on what you have learned. You must open your eyes to much more than that which gazes back at you from the mirror.
Fine. Can we go now?
Not quite yet. There is the matter of Abraxas to discuss.
Abraxas.
The demon meddler. If Earth is to remain intact, he must be dealt with. He threatens your balance. His very soul must be brought to me.
I see. And you want me to do it?
Who better?
I'll consider it. No guarantees.
Then you and your watcher be gone.
So this is where we get our first major upgrade, the Flame Hollow, one of 4 hollow magics granted to Fury on her journey, and now we can talk about combat. Fury's default arsenal consists of her whip, arcane counters, wrath attacks, and havoc form, acting very similar to Chaos and Reaper form. As she collects different hollows, she gains a new weapon that comes with its own counterattack and wrath attack. There are 4 different types of hollows, so we get 5 weapons, 5 wrath abilities, and 5 counterattacks in total in the base game. Technically you get 2 counterattacks with every hollow upgrade, because dodging forward results in a different one, but let's just go with this for now. Every weapon that comes with each holo promotes a slightly different playstyle, so we have bladed chains harnessing the power of fire for rapid attacks in close quarters combat, a lance delivering lightning damage for fast strikes at mid-range, a giant hammer that deals tremendous damage at the cost of slower swing times, and finally a broadsword that can split into a pair of short swords for fast and heavy attacks. This is how we get more depth out of encounters. Just like the previous games, this is a combat system where the more you put into it, the more you will get out of it, but this time it's like twofold. You can go through the entire adventure using nothing but your whip, dodging and counterattacking. It will get you results no matter what difficulty you're playing, but doing so leads to a repetitive and one-dimensional gameplay loop, which I believe a lot of people who play this game find themselves in. I myself am guilty of this. Whilst it may seem like there is little combo potential, utilizing your holo forms is key to mixing things up. When attacking with your whip, you can switch to a holo form in the middle of a combo and combine attacks with a different weapon. Unfortunately, this can only be done with the whip. You can't switch between holo forms whilst already attacking with a holo weapon. Switching immediately after a perfect dodge will automatically initiate that form's counterattack as well. It is possible to pull off some pretty amazing shit with all these weapons, but the game never explains anything beyond the dodge and counterattack mechanic. It's up to you to form your own unique combos, but it's not the most intuitive thing going here, and that also applies to some other aspects as well. You have to figure out that dodging forward results in a different counterattack, or that using your Wrath ability provides a small moment of invincibility, allowing you to tank an attack with it. Still, for some people, the dodge mechanic may very well be enough. I mean, the feeling of satisfaction you get when you're able to chain dodges in succession without getting hit is absolutely glorious, but it is most prevalent during boss encounters, which is why I think they are the best part of the game. Fodder enemies provide their own type of challenge, but everything is so much messier when it's not a one-on-one battle. Handling moderate groups of enemies can be a chore at its worst. You just don't have the same type of flexibility as the previous games. The tighter world design also accentuates camera issues. I don't think it's as bad as God of War Ragnarok's camera, but it certainly doesn't do the player any favors. The best option available for taking on multiple enemies are the Wrath abilities, and I will say that these are great. All of them provide different forms of AoE damage, the one exception being the stasis shield. I love using the Force Hollow's Wrath attack, it feels so punchy. However, once again you have less flexibility here. Wrath is indicated by the red bar below Fury's health bar, and it gradually fills as she attacks enemies. You can only ever use it when the bar is full, and on use it slowly drains until it is empty, so it is a one-time attack. In the previous games you could use multiple Wrath abilities as much as you like, so long as you have the resources necessary. I also have to say that some of the enemy placement is very aggravating. This game loves to have enemies pop out of nowhere to score easy damage on you, and I hate it. Many enemies consistently block your attacks as well, so you have to stop for a second and then re-engage them a few moments later. Because of all this, taking on fodder enemies, which makes up, at least 80% of the adventure, brings the overall flow and pace of the game down for me. There are ways to offset some of those grievances though. Darksiders 3 does not have the same emphasis on RPG elements as its predecessor, but it does have a leveling system and attribute points to spend. Leveling up is done by feeding Vulgrim souls, and they're very easy to accumulate. The attribute points can be placed in one of three categories: health, strength, or arcane. Health is self-explanatory. Strength increases Fury's damage output with basic attacks, whilst arcane increases her damage output with everything else: counters, wrath attacks, charge attacks, and even her damage in Havoc form. I always tend to go for a balanced build, placing around equal points in strength and arcane with slightly fewer points in health. You can also improve your weapons with resources scattered across the game, increasing their base damage output. Another way to improve them is by placing enhancements in them, which can also be upgraded with resources. These enhancements provide passive effects, such as increased damage, health steal, havoc form duration, and a bunch more. When you combine this stuff together, it does make a noticeable difference in combat, so it is worth paying attention to. Then there are items, which again provide a bunch of different effects, like instantly restoring your wrath meter, increasing your attack speed or damage for a limited time, and so on and so forth. But without a doubt, the best consumable item in the game is the Fortification Shard. It greatly reduces the amount of damage enemies inflict upon you for a limited time, and I really mean greatly. It almost feels like cheating, as it makes everything less punishing. You can buy these items from Vulgrim, but every time you do, they increase in price. If you go out of your way to bust open as many environmental objects as you can, you should never find yourself wanting for more items. They are very plentiful here. The game also has difficulty settings. From easiest to hardest, we have story, balanced, challenging, apocalyptic, and reckoning. Each level affects 3 things: the amount of health enemies have, the amount of damage they deal, and the length of time on your dodge windows, so the amount of invincibility frames you have. I've completed this game something like 3 or 4 times, so now I play it on multiple difficulties, and by that I mean, whenever I'm not fighting a boss, I keep it on challenging, but just before I enter a boss room, I crank it up to reckoning. That is how ambivalent I feel towards the fodder enemies, and how much I enjoy the challenge these bosses present. They don't have mechanics to them like in Darksiders 1 with the items you get in the dungeon used to kill them, which if you recall was a problem I had with some bosses in Darksiders 2, but with this combat system I really don't mind that. These are by far the best bosses in the series. Every single one is super engaging and I revel in their contests. There's a lot more trial and error to be had for sure, but the sense of progression they provide and the sheer fun I have overcoming them outweighs that issue tremendously. It's what drives me to continue with the game. It also helps that Vulgrim's plinths are never too far away from boss rooms, so there is very little downtime between each attempt. I should also mention that I play this game on the default combat setting. When Darksiders 3 first came out, the revamped combat system was a major point of contention. Gunfire Games responded to this feedback by adding a classic option for combat less than 1 month after its release, that is meant to feel more like the previous titles. Personally, I've always had a hard time differentiating between the two. They seem almost identical to me, but after fighting Wrath in New Game Plus, I did notice the differences. Classic mode lets you cancel attack animations into a dodge more freely. You can still get locked in some animations, but it is looser in this regard. Maybe I've become too accustomed to the default mode, but being unable to dodge during attacks has never been a problem for me. If anything, I find Fury more than responsive enough, and if you really want to go there, you could argue it's a part of the game's intrinsic challenge. Another major change Classic Mode brings is instant item consumption, and this does make your life easier as you no longer have to worry about dying in the middle of the animation. These two factors mean that Classic Mode is not quite as punishing as the default mode. It dials back on the methodical nature of combat ever so slightly, and allows for a more reckless approach. I don't know though, to me adding Classic Mode was just not needed, but I don't see any harm in having the option for those who want it, and from what I can gather most people seem to prefer it. There's still a bit more to talk about with combat, but let's continue with the journey. So each Hollow form brings at least one new form of traversal. With the Flame Hollow, Fury can wade through lava and perform the Flame Jump to reach higher areas. From here, we are presented with obstacles and puzzles that are solved with Fury's new moveset. At this point, it usually involves collecting swords, placing them on statues, and hitting them simultaneously, a bit like the original Darksiders. For example, we have this room where 2 swords are at opposite ends. We must use the Flame Hollow to burn away this webbing and allow those flames to hit the sword for us, whilst we travel to the other side and hit it at the appropriate time. Simple but effective stuff. When we move on to the next major room...
So, 3 swords total?
So it seems.
It's always 3, isn't it?
Pardon?
3 keys, 3 stones, 3 swords. Rather predictable, don't you think?
Have you lost your mind?
No. I just hate it when the creator takes shortcuts.
Well, I'm glad the developers have a sense of humor at least. So here we must collect 3 swords by navigating through each section of the labyrinth. Honestly, I don't have much to say about this part, but there is one puzzle worth talking about. In this room we can see the flaming goo up high and a bunch of red webbing scattered all over. What we need to do here is use the whip swing to reach the upper webbing and burn it so that the red goo falls to the ground. One of those insects from earlier is here, and the key to this section is to let the insect become a bomb but leave it in its place. Then we burn away the lower left webbing and immediately run to the middle platform. In time, the flickers of flame will fall onto the insect, making it explode, which will cause the other red webbing to catch fire and hit the switch up top. I imagine most players' instinctive reaction is to grab hold of the insect and throw it, right? But the developers try to throw you off with something a little different. It's not long before we find Avarice, and this fight acts as the first major test of your combat abilities, as it comes with a sharp difficulty spike. I think it arrives at the perfect time, as you can pick up on a lot of recurring features that go some way in preparing you for the rest of the game. Defeating bosses is all about reading attack patterns and responding to them appropriately. This can be done with basic attacks, dodges, counterattacks, wrath attacks, and havoc form. I always try to limit my use of havoc form against bosses because it removes all the skill involved, but I will admit that I used it to defeat Avarice here. Since so much emphasis is placed on dodging, enemy attacks are all telegraphed in some fashion. The quality of these telegraphs varies from attack to attack, and not all are good, I will say, but it is possible to read them. One thing you'll learn very quickly is that panic dodging will lead to your demise. Responding appropriately means waiting for the best time and then utilizing an effective option. Most bosses have some sort of flurry attack in their arsenal, maybe 2 or 3 swings in quick succession, but if you land a perfect dodge, they won't follow up with their next one, giving you free rein to perform a counterattack. There are a couple exceptions to this, but it feels like the game has been designed to award successful inputs. As such, every boss encounter requires sharp movement and a greater emphasis on decision making compared to the previous games. It is infinitely more engaging, I find. Avarice is one of the trickier bosses in the game for a few reasons, one of which being the size of his body. He has stubby little arms which swing at you quite swiftly, so his attacks can catch you off guard. Sometimes he will leap in the air, and it can be a bit difficult to judge when the best time to dodge is, because you're looking upwards towards him from an angle. His second phase begins whenever he equips himself with a large two-handed weapon, like a fridge or cow skull, but his attacks remain the same between these various weapons. The telegraphed movements are once again rather snappy, keeping you on your toes, and before long the sin is captured.
Who needs a museum when you can carry a collection in this?
Oh, Philistine.
Welcome again, Fury.
It's not like I had a choice in the matter. Do you kidnap all your guests?
You would not be so disrespectful if you knew the true power I give you. Your battle with Avarice proved you value your mission above material possessions. You are ready for stronger tools of destruction.
Another toy for me to play with. You're far too generous.
The Storm Hollow. Use it wisely.
Why not give me all your gifts and get it over with, if you're so keen to arm one of the horsemen?
Be gone!
The Storm Hollow is my personal favourite of the 4 Hollow Magics, as I enjoy using the lance, and its counterattack where you throw the weapon like a javelin is extremely satisfying to pull off. In terms of traversal, the Storm Hollow grants the ability to hover through the air via updrafts, taking Fury even higher than that of the Flame Hollow. Alas, it is entirely situational, as it can only be used where these updrafts are present, and the same applies to the next two movement upgrades as well. Now from here, we are given a bit of choice on which sin to go after next. The closest sin is indicated by the skull icon, but the dots also represent sins that are currently accessible. This alone makes Darksiders 3 the most non-linear adventure in the series, which is kind of ironic considering how linear the world design is. I always go for Sloth after this, and doing so takes us through a disgusting arachnid-filled area. There isn't much in the way of puzzle solving here, but the place is filled to the brim with hidden rooms and rewards for those who are curious. There is one section that is covered in darkness, making it a bit difficult to navigate, but with each hollow power, Fury's hair changes, providing a source of light. I like that integration and attention to detail. It brings out all the best qualities of this new art style very nicely, whilst also making the path to Sloth very simple to find. Sloth is wholly uninterested in fighting Fury, and states that his only concern is comfort. He appears to briefly manipulate Fury in sharing his apathy, but the horseman snaps out of it and the two engage in battle. This is a very easy fight compared to Avarice. The only thing even remotely tricky about it are the ads, which can be dealt with no problem. The first phase has you attack the bugs holding up his throne, and there's really not a lot to it. Just keep dealing damage and eventually he'll be forced to take you head on. This phase has him swing at Fury with a massive staff, but due to its size and the size of Sloth himself, his attacks are quite slow and therefore easy to respond to. Sometimes I feel like this fight should have come before Avarice, but it's not a big deal. Heading towards the next sin has us return to Haven and open up a pathway previously inaccessible with the Flame Hollow. After dealing with a few annoying enemy groups, Fury encounters Pride, who dismisses her as the weakest of the four horsemen. She claims that Fury is unworthy of an audience and instructs her to pursue the other sins before they do battle. As we travel towards the next area, we discover this tentacled creature known as a Mansk. We must manipulate its position by slapping it with our whip and climb on top to reach higher areas. An extremely basic introduction to a concept which will be used in the upcoming area, the Bonelands. This place marks the first major departure from our previous surroundings from a visual standpoint. It appears to be an abandoned shipping yard that has fallen to decay, overrun by swamplands. It also comes with a few new enemies. We see undead angels and demons battling it out, which enrages Fury as she is reminded of the fate of Rampage. Inside one of the warehouses is a fairly intricate section of combat and puzzle solving. There's quite a bit of verticality to this place, so the Mansk is needed once more. With this, we are able to reach the upper floor, and then outside where we find one of those insect creatures and purple goo. This puzzle is very simple. Destroy the first purple obstacle, and then the one directly behind it. We must then manipulate the Mansk again to go outside, and use it to reach the Angel's outpost. Fury makes an abrupt entrance and immediately threatens the Angels. They respond by sending a few soldiers, and then an angelic champion, a mini-boss of sorts. This fight is not as hard as Avarice, but it's certainly more difficult than Sloth. The champion moves very swiftly, his wings allow him to change position quickly, and he has a wide assortment of attacks, so it's quite a dynamic encounter. These include sword attacks, shield attacks, a charge attack, a 2/slash combo, and more. His most annoying ability is a charged slash, which I died a few times to because it's a bit delayed. It's a great example of why you need to take your time and not just dodge willy-nilly. I enjoy this fight. I think it's better than Sloth, although it does have one of the longer runs from Vulgrim's Plinth. After defeating the champion, we encounter the Angel's leader, an archangel named Usil. Fury demands answers from him, but he rebukes her claims of treachery.
Oh yes, look upon my works, ye mighty, and laugh. We can hardly defend ourselves, let alone spare the energy to betray a great horse.
My steed, Rampage, was slaughtered by angelic weaponry before I could summon him to Earth. I will know why, and I will have blood.
Take me at my word. I have no love for the horsemen. Thanks to you, the apocalypse is at hand, and we... I have no knowledge of any conspiracy against you, or your mission on Earth.
Of his kind, Lucille is honorable.
Just because he doesn't know doesn't mean it's not happening.
As you can see, I've problems of my own. Perhaps we can strike a deal, Horseman. Lately, I have seen my own forces ravaged, losing more and more every day. To my horror, I have learned that my brethren are being murdered by our nightmares made real. Abominations, undead angels. Demons are also its target, taking them into the realm of the undead as well.
And who, in your estimation, is responsible?
The only force in the universe capable of such a heretical act is lust.
Lust? You're insane. I've crossed paths with lust before. They have no such power.
And what makes you think that the world as you've known it is the world we're now in?
So here we are granted the Crossblade, a unique weapon available at all times, but it's primarily used to solve puzzles. The Crossblade can be charged with the power of each hollow, allowing for the burning of webs and other basic puzzle solving. The next area is largely made up of enemy encounters and traversal opportunities, with many shortcuts to make backtracking easier. As we make it on top of the bridge, we see this giant tentacle emerge from the water and slam down a path for us. Eventually we come face to face with the monster, which must be dispatched with the Crossblade. Hitting its eyes allows us to sprint towards the opening to the right in our search for lust.
Not a particularly lusty location, is it?
Have you learned nothing? Appearances can be deceiving. Besides, lust never appears as expected.
What exactly did you mean by that?
The notion of sin is one thing, the concept of lust is something else entirely. Especially humanity's concept of lust.
I see. As in, a lust for...
You name it. The humans have quite the imagination. Lust is everything to everyone. That's what makes lust dangerous.
Too dangerous, mistress?
No such thing.
An important conversation to remember right there. Fury tracks Lust to their lair in an abandoned cargo ship. The Sin's words are intoxicating, and they have Fury question herself.
You speak as though we are natural enemies. Why must this be so? I know my role in the universe. I wonder if you've ever stopped to question yours. You are a horseman. But why did you make that choice? And if so, was there some reasoning behind it?
Shut up and fight!
You don't even know why you fight, do you? Do you fight for your brothers? Oh, of course not. Your antagonism towards them is well known. Do you seek to achieve some sort of balance? Oh, you never believed in the greater good until it suited you. No. What I see in your actions is a lust all your own. A lust for power and privilege and protection from the Nephilim's inevitable fall. Ultimately, that makes us allies, doesn't it?
Stand down, Fury.
Death. What are you, all of you, doing here?
Are we not four horsemen united? We are here to confirm that the mission is complete.
The mission?
The other sins have been destroyed by my hand. Death worked to free War and clear his name. More importantly, we have exposed a great conspiracy.
What conspiracy?
Heaven and hell working in secret consort to bring about the apocalypse earlier than anyone would wish for.
The Charred Council has dispatched us together to wreak havoc on both sides. Balance will be restored. The wicked will be punished.
You mean all of this?
We are to unseat the rulers of both sides. And in honor of your unwavering loyalty to the cause, the Council has decreed that you will lead the Horsemen.
You, Fury, will usher in a new age on Earth.
Of course. Finally, everything makes some sort of divine sense.
It does?
Mistress, is this not everything you wanted? Finally come to you.
Set aside the past, sister. Today, we live in service to you.
I will be done.
This is not real! What?
Oh, it was worth a shot.
You think you know me so well!
Is it not what you want most? The power to lead in the manner you see fit. What was an illusion could soon be reality. If you set aside the wants of others and focus on yourself, ultimately, it is your choice to make. So choose.
You should not have made them kneel!
To go back a bit, it is really awesome seeing all four horsemen together for the first time. It's at least partly done for fan service, but it plays into Fury's personal journey as well. We'll talk about that in just a second, but for now we must fight Lust in one of the best encounters in the game. Lust does not have the largest moveset. They attack with basic sword combos. Some are delayed, others are quick, there's a charge attack, a jumping maneuver, etc., all of which are performed in a very elegant manner. You cannot just swing at them wildly either, as they block the vast majority of your attacks, placing emphasis on dodging and counterattacking. It is super fun to match their elegance with your own, and a lovely flow can be achieved here. Halfway through the fight though, some interesting stuff goes down. Usil comes along to help Fury, but falls victim to Lust's call to power and turns on the Horseman. Suddenly we have a double battle on our hands, and obviously it makes things a lot trickier. Now you can defeat the both of them, but ideally you want to take down Lust without killing Usil. This will score you an achievement, if you care about that kind of thing, and it leads to an interesting character moment for Fury. You need to keep Usil in your line of sight as much as possible, and try to separate him from Lust. Clever use of wrath attacks will help here, but if you really want to seal the deal, use a fortification shard. It makes a world of difference. Lust's moveset doesn't change at all in this phase, so it's just a continuation of the previous one, with Usil being a nuisance. Fury defeats Lust and demands to know who granted them the power to raise angels and demons from the dead. They respond by saying that they, Fury, and the angels who killed her steed are all pawns in a much larger game.
Know this, I was merely a pawn, a feeling you know all too well. Fury, the angels who killed your steed, pawns as well.
Then who? Tell me!
The players in that game will reveal themselves in time. What if I reveal something even more valuable? Spare me, and I'll give up the location of my fellow sin. Envy.
And why would you do that?
What reason would I have to protect that sniveling coward? She has never experienced frontline combat. She has never experienced the horrors of war. She is the most pathetic of us. Get me to the edge of Haven, and what you want will be yours.
An attractive offer. I'm tired of your kind underestimating my intelligence. I'll find the rest of the sins by myself. At your core, you were just an endless void that could never be filled. How disappointing.
Finish it. I am ready.
I think not.
Mistress!
Lust's call to power is intoxicating. Even more so when one is fueled by grief. Usil's transgression can be forgiven. Once. I have a better understanding of what's happened to the Earth and what's at stake because of it. You're of no use to me, Dead. If we are to survive, all of us, alliances must be made.
An alliance? With him?
I don't know what to say.
Say that you'll return the favor. I may soon need it.
My word may hold no weight, but my life is yours, Fury. If I learn of any plotting against you, I will relay the information.
Did I just witness mercy shown to a filthy angel? Just as soon have your head on a pike.
Are you or are you not a Watcher? Because you should know better. This quest we're on is about balance, in the world and within me, it seems. Lust showed me what I could become. It is not what I want to be.
And what do you want to be?
I think that's what I'm here to find out.
Challenge, you show more depth.
What do you want?
Both you and I are painfully aware of the endless parade history inflicts upon us. Creatures so pathetically focused on one single purpose. But these creatures are, ironically, completely devoid of meaning.
Make your point, Lord of Hollows.
It's just surprising. Refreshing. To see something headed in the opposite direction. You are coming into a greater awareness of the flaws that kept you in chains.
Flaws?
Shall I list them?
No, thank you. I've seen enough recently to know they are many.
Which is exactly why I give you this. And by holding it, the raw power of Force itself is...
It vibrates in my hand. I don't understand.
When the time comes, you will know when and how to use it.
No, not yet!
So yes, Fury spares Usil, and it's the first sign of change for the Horseman. She sees what she initially demanded from the Charred Council at the start of the game, to act as leader of the Four Horsemen, but having them kneel doesn't sit right with her. From here she begins to question what exactly her purpose is, and this is the real story of Darksiders 3. It's one big character arc for Fury. There isn't a lofty goal at the end of it all, like in Darksiders 2, no. It's just a quest to defeat the 7 deadly sins and grow along the way. We'll talk more about all this at the end. Fury is granted the Force Hollow, giving her a giant two-handed mace capable of destroying those purple barnacles, or whatever they are, and the ability to transform into the Force Ball, allowing her to traverse these specific surfaces. We use the mace to smack that creature from earlier and follow it into an underwater cave. With the Force Hollow equipped, Fury can walk underwater and controls pretty much exactly like she does on the surface, and I have always enjoyed this interaction. I also like that the audio has been altered to reflect the underwater setting. It's a nice detail. We use the crossblade to hit 3 swords in quick succession and find ourselves in the next major location, the depths. This is my favorite area in the game. It's a great contrast to the previous zones, it looks absolutely gorgeous, and its overall setup with the Force Hollow makes it enjoyable to travel through. It can be a bit confusing, admittedly, because you're constantly going above and below the water. Still, the integration between the two results in some sophisticated level design that is far more intricate than anything else we've seen so far. The place is bursting with hidden areas and secrets to uncover, and it's a joy discovering them. I'd say the one downside to this place are the puzzles. They are all extremely basic. For example, this puzzle where you must manipulate these blocks with the Force Hollow is almost mindlessly easy to solve. It doesn't do the area justice. It's also here where you can fight one of 5 optional bosses called the Chosen. The first of these, the Flame Warden, comes way earlier in the adventure, before the encounter with Avarice, and it's very easy to miss. Most of them are quite well hidden, especially 2 in particular, but the challenge they pose varies. 4 out of 5 of the Chosen are just slightly bigger versions of a type of enemy using an almost identical moveset, but with higher damage. The Chosen here, the Templar of the Damned, is definitely one of the easier of the 5, but I'm always down for more boss fights. Upon defeat they drop their essence, which is used to upgrade enhancements to the highest level, so it is worth going out of your way to find them. As we travel deeper into the zone, we discover this massive open chamber, and after exploring a bit, we eventually rise above the surface. This leads us to an area that appears to be a train station of sorts, where we must solve another easy puzzle. All we have to do is smack the carriage to one side of the room with the Force Hollow, jump on it and reach this ledge with the Flame Hollow, use the Force Ball to reach the other side of the room, drop down and flick this switch. This will have the carriage change tracks after we hit it in the opposite direction, allowing us to proceed. There's really nothing to these puzzles. They are all built into the world well enough, and I like how they make use of multiple hollow powers, but there's rarely a feeling of satisfaction upon completing them. Past this point, it doesn't take long before we run into the next sin. That Kraken from earlier turns out to be gluttony in a truly disgusting interpretation. Fury does not fall for the sin's illusion and challenges it to combat. The sin coughs up Rampage's severed head, and the fight begins. Gluttony is one of the hardest bosses in the game. The fight is somewhat infamous for being an exercise in tedium, and I can get where people are coming from with that. More than anything, you need patience to take this guy down. The first phase has you fight his tentacle form, where he attacks Fury with large sweeping movements. At the start of the fight, he always encases himself within his tentacle and slams down on the ground multiple times. These attacks are tricky to avoid, so the best option is to move to the corners of the arena and simply wait them out. He does this throughout the fight, so you must be patient and let him flail around a bit. Periodically, he will fire off poisonous goo that lingers on the floor long afterwards, so circling around the arena is advised. He also has this one attack where he attempts to suck Fury into his mouth. It's easily avoidable by keeping your distance with the Force Hollow, but if you get caught, you are almost certainly going to die. You can't really establish a consistent rhythm against gluttony due to these various factors, and it can drag a bit as a result. After losing half his health, the fight descends into the massive chamber from earlier, where we must take on his Kraken form. The trick here is to have him swallow these nearby mines by getting them close enough to him. Do this twice and the fight is over.
are so few prizes left in the world. Isn't that sad?
At the moment, I've had enough surprises. You sound odd. Is something wrong?
Take this.
The stasis hollow. Why?
Question my gift.
I question your motives. Why does the Lord of Hollows continue to weaponize one of the Four Horsemen? For what purpose?
Remain on your path. In time, perhaps you will find your truth. That would be a fine surprise indeed.
And in the meantime, more toys for me to play with?
Horseman, in our next encounter, only one of us will survive.
Cryptic? Hardly. You help me, then you threaten me?
Be gone.
The stasis hollow allows Fury to perform wall jumps on this specific surface, but I've always found how it freezes water beneath your feet the more fun mechanic. It's just a cool inverse to what the Force Hollow allows, and it must be combined with the Flame Hollow for even more traversal. From here we make our way back to Haven and eventually reach the Scar. This is a long zone that ends with a rematch against Wrath, but there's quite a bit to do along the way. One of the main gimmicks here involves rotating these pillars so we can swing across to the other side. This is done by empowering the crossblade with the Force Hollow and hitting these targets with it. Sometimes the pillar will automatically end up in the correct position, but as we go deeper into the Scar, we must halt the pillar's rotation with the Stasis Hollow, a basic concept. If you explore this area properly, you can find Abraxas, the demon that the Lord of Hollows asked Fury to kill earlier in the game.
Easy, milady. There's no need for steel or whips.
Another demon with a mysterious agenda. Do you know Volgrim? I believe you two would get along.
No, milady. Where Volgrim deals in trash, Abraxas trades in class. Ah, my reputation precedes me, I see.
It does. Someone wants you dead.
Ah, they can get in line. The meek always envy the strong. Isn't that right, Watcher?
Lovely, but the Lord of Hollows seems to think you're a meddler.
You've seen the traitor? Where?
Matters not. What matters is that he wants you dead, and I want to know why.
You're a clever woman. It takes but one eye and half an ear to tell, so I'll give it to you straight. That will be the home of a very, very important demon. Someone who will win this war once and for all. And I will stand by his side. The traitor doesn't like that. The traitor fears change. Better the devil you know and all that.
And what of the traitor? What does the Lord of Hollows want?
Sometimes the birds win. Sometimes the bats. Balance. But the traitor wants more. The false lord would be a false god. He would hollow this planet as he hollows souls. That is his becoming. He sent you against me because he knows that when my lord is installed, Abraxas will find the traitor and pull the organs from his backside for what he's done. Milady's job is to keep order. The Lord of Hollows believes he is order. If the lady is as the lady does, she should kill the traitor soon, before he rises. But if you're going to surprise me, please get on with it. I have an empire to build.
So this is a really interesting sequence of events that shed some light on the Lord of Hollows and the Darksiders universe in general. After the cutscene with Abraxas, we are presented with a choice to either kill him or spare him and kill the Lord of Hollows instead. Gunfire Games have confirmed that killing Abraxas and sparing the Lord of Hollows are the correct choices. Doing this will lead to the canon ending. If you spare Abraxas, he reveals the title of his master, the Destroyer, which means this structure being built must be the Black Throne from Darksiders 1. If you follow the correct choices, when you spare the Lord of Hollows, he opens up to Fury and explains some of his past. He tells the Horseman that he once belonged to the Charred Council, aiding them in maintaining the balance and truly believed in upholding equilibrium in the universe. Since Abraxas repeatedly referred to him as the traitor, we can safely assume he used to be a demon. However, over time he became disenfranchised with the Council's work, describing their attitude towards maintaining balance as feeble lip service. He says that the Council became obsessed with policing the kingdoms of heaven and hell, whilst all but ignoring humanity. According to him, humans were always meant to become the physical representation of the balance, due to their ability to grow and evolve over time, unlike those of heaven and hell. Fury is highly skeptical of all this, thinking that the Lord of Hollows gives them too much credit. Her attitude on humanity is well known at this point, but he responds by stating he does not renounce them as the forgotten class like many do, nor does he fear them. He goes on to explain that someone behind the scenes has been manipulating events to prevent humanity from reaching their full potential, which is heavily implied to be Lucifer. It's why this premature war began in the first place, and the Charred Council allowed it to happen. To prepare for this, the Lord of Hollows has been gathering souls from all three kingdoms as an endeavor meant to offer humanity the opportunity to see its potential realized, describing it as his final penance for a lifetime of complicity. Now, what exactly that means or how it is supposed to help humanity is never really explained. At the end of it all, he reiterates what he said in our first meeting with him, that to achieve balance, one must choose a side, and his choice is Fury.
Now, what do you choose?
I choose life.
It is a good feeling to have a purpose again, isn't it? My becoming.
As the Lord of Hollows dissipates into a glare of light, he leaves behind a mysterious stone sigil. Once again, what exactly this is never really explained, but it appears to be a vessel of sorts, housing the souls of beings from all three kingdoms that the Lord of Hollows has gathered over an eternity. To me, this interaction has always been the most interesting part of Darksiders 3. Finally, we get some new information on the Council and the role of the Third Kingdom. This is the kind of stuff I want more of. It's legitimately fascinating, and it ties strongly into the lore of the first game, which is something I think Darksiders 2 lacked. To go back a bit though, the fight with Abraxas is fun, if a little easy. He uses dual swords, so his attacks are all clearly telegraphed and easy to read. You can establish a super satisfying rhythm against him though. Upon reaching 50% health, Abraxas enters an enhanced state where all his attacks do more damage, and he has a couple extra magical abilities. Despite this, the fight is largely the same as before. Past the demon's lair is a large open area with tornadoes that instantly kill Fury upon contact. You have to run towards this underground area with the Force Hollow equipped. There's another moving block puzzle here where we must manipulate its position to weigh down a pressure plate. This is done quite cleverly by using the Stasis Hollow to create a solid surface, allowing the block to reach it. The next major puzzle is one of the trickier ones in the game. We need to get this block to the other side of the room, but the tornadoes above are lifting a platform, preventing us from doing so. It's easy to miss this small opening here, but going inside and smacking the block to the opening below is the first step in solving it. Afterwards, we simply head above, wait out the tornado, and smack it to the required area. This is another deceptively simple puzzle that just requires keen observation. Proceeding forward, we end up on the other side of the area we initially came from. Soon enough, we encounter the only chosen boss that is mandatory, the Grok. I don't have much to say about this guy. He has a limited number of attacks that are all simple to dodge, but like Abraxas, you can get a fun rhythm going. Eventually there's another block puzzle that needs to be pushed into position with the Force Hollow, and then frozen in place with the Stasis Hollow. I do enjoy using multiple hollow powers to solve puzzles, I just wish there was a bit more to them. This concept can be taken much further. Immediately after this, we set some oil on fire and eliminate the being raging within the Tempest. We never find out who or what this is, but it does leave with a parting thanks. Proceeding onwards, we once again loop around to the main room and ride an elevator up towards an arena.
Especially when you're this angry. In some other reality, I could have loved you, Fury.
The rematch against Wrath is split into two distinct phases. The first one has him attack Fury with a single sword in one hand and a fist weapon in the other. In this phase, Wrath takes increased damage and is quite easy to avoid given his larger size. Once his health gets low enough, he will start attacking all the minions doing battle in the arena, gaining health for each one he kills. As such, this part of the fight can drag a bit. You need to keep up the pressure constantly until his health bar fully depletes and phase 2 begins. This is the actual fight against Wrath, and it's almost identical to the first one. Here he attacks Fury with dual swords. The only thing even remotely tricky about this phase is that sometimes he swings his swords like spinning blades, giving him a barrier of sorts. You have to stay close to him if you want to avoid damage during this part. This leads to an aggressive encounter, but there's not much else to it besides that. In a way, it does act as a good barometer for how skilled you are with the dodge mechanic. At the end of the fight, Fury defeats Wrath with a deft maneuver, all while maintaining her composure the entire time, a clear sign of her growing maturity. So with all the sins captured, we can finally head back to Pride and face her. Pride compliments the Horseman on her newfound confidence, and even goes as far as proposing an alliance between them. Fury admits that the Sin's offer may have worked on her once before, but now she knows how ugly Pride can be, and neither of them are fit to enforce the balance. The two battle it out, and this encounter is more awkward than anything else. Throughout the fight, Pride conjures up a shield around herself that makes her invulnerable, and the only way to break it is by attacking it repeatedly. Every time she puts up her shield, a shockwave is unleashed which must be dodged. Otherwise, she has a fairly basic moveset of various sword swings. In the second phase, a double-headed statue fires an energy beam that covers the entire arena in a straight line. This thing changes position in an extremely abrupt manner at times, which feels a little cheap, honestly. Pride also gains two new abilities in this phase. If Fury is too far away from her, then she fires projectiles at the Horseman before flying into the air and charging at Fury with a sword thrust. Really, this fight is not complicated at all, it's just the shield and the massive energy beam makes things a little awkward. Upon defeat, Pride claims that the Council are infected with pride and do not serve the balance. She states it was they who released the 7 deadly sins from their prison and gave them new powers to dispatch Fury, since they no longer had a purpose without humanity to corrupt. And this is where we get a twist in the story.
Enough empty flattery! Tell me everything.
You already know everything, mistress! The great irony here is that for once, your enemy is right. You should feel pride, but you do not. You only feel fear. Fear that you came this close to greatness, only to fall!
See? Your council betrays you.
Watcha? Always so pretty. I used to be so jealous of you, sister.
Envy.
No.
So yeah, this entire time the Watcher was actually the real Envy in disguise. I must say, I was not expecting this in the slightest when I first played the game, but we'll talk more about it in just a second. Fury wakes up in Haven having been saved by the humans. This is an important cutscene, so I shall let it play in full.
You snore. Maybe it's a broken nose. Well, looks like you've been busy. Doing what, I have no idea, other than getting your ass handed to you.
Who are you, human? To speak to me like this?
Oh, I'm just another refugee, like you. But I am not strong enough to defend the balance. That's your purpose.
I have learned that I am weak.
Well, maybe now you finally understand how all humans feel. Pulled into a war they never asked for. Left to their own devices against forces they cannot possibly understand or effectively fight. All of humanity has been betrayed, and yet they still fight on. What about you?
I strayed from the path. I have been jealous. I have been wrathful. I have been lazy. Worse and more. All the things the seven sins stand for, and I have paid dearly for it.
So in other words, you have lived.
Yes.
Good then. You're finally alive. And with life, there is always hope.
Hope? I was humbled in my battle with Envy. No doubt she's on her way to destroy the Charred Council, even as we speak. And I remain stranded on Earth, so when you speak of hope, human, I cannot concur. All hope is lost.
No. Haven is built on hope. Come, speak to Ulthane. You'll see.
Fury asks Ulthane why the humans helped her, and he responds by saying it's just kind of what they do. The Horseman offers the Maker the stone sigil left by the Lord of Hollows, but he refuses in astonishment that she would ever consider such a thing. He states that it is not meant for him and that the Ancient One knew whom he was choosing when he gave it to her. The Maker then reveals what he has been working on, a reflecting pool that can lead the Horseman to the Council's chamber. Inside, Envy makes use of her newfound power to attack the Council and plans to wait out the chaos between heaven and hell, kill whoever is left over at the end, and take over the Earth. Upon her arrival, Fury silences the Council's demands and does battle with the final sin. Envy is one of the best fights in the game and, outside of the DLC, by far the most dynamic, possibly in the entire series. She uses copies of 3 of the Horseman's weapons, a sword, a scythe, and a set of guns. As such, she has a large set of attacks and combos between them, so she's constantly changing things up, forcing you to stay on your toes. On top of this, because she stole the Talisman of Sin earlier, she can also summon each of the 7 and perform a specific attack similar to those used against Fury in their respective battles. This leads to an amazingly fast-paced encounter that never drags, and is extremely satisfying to overcome, a great way to end the game. After an intense battle, Fury emerges victorious and captures the Sin within the Talisman. The Council then attack Fury, but she shields herself with the Flame Hollow. Now, if you obtain the Stone Sigil from the Lord of Hollows, Fury uses it to protect herself here. This causes the Council to halt their attacks and demand she deliver it unto them. Of course, Fury refuses and realizes that what she holds in her hand may potentially destroy them. She lobs the Talisman of Sin towards the Council, causing an explosion, and escapes back to Haven.
Unity is key! If we're to move forward from here, we must move as one!
You won't make it.
The Council.
Enraged. No doubt fueling the attack on Haven in secret. If you have a plan for them... The time is now. Heaven, hell, the Charred Council. They wish to see them annihilated. You know this, but perhaps you don't know the reason. Even before the apocalypse, why were your lives so hard? Because you were created for a great purpose and left unprotected. So those who fear you have set out to destroy you with false promises and wars and sin that they blame on you. They all fear you. That fear can be used against them. Humanity can win this war.
Look around you. This is what's left of humanity, and we are in no shape to fight a war on the scale you suggest.
No. You must hide.
From the eyes of heaven and hell? The Council? That's exactly what must be done. But what humanity needs more than a good hidey-hole is a protector.
A protector?
Armies of hell eliminate all that is human. Once and for all, we shall raise this planet. Horsemen, come! But yeah! The Makers will buy us the necessary time to shuttle the other humans away.
Away to where?
North, back to the Council Chamber. What sort of a Maker would it be if I built a doorway that only connected 2 places, huh? Your heart's desire, Horseman! A safe place for the poor and wanted.
I don't understand!
Aye. Well, you will. Sadly, you will understand it all as you travel with them.
Me?
They are in need of a protector, and you need a new purpose. Am I wrong?
I vow to use all of the powers in my possession to protect humanity. And one day, we will set things right. Together. Uthane, my brother, War, is an innocent in this drama. If you ever find an opportunity to assist him in any way, I would ask you to do so.
I will.
Thank you, Maker. May our future be one of justice.
Aye. Safe travels, horseman.
Strife.
Like Darksiders 2, there's an extra cutscene with Lilith and Lucifer if you sit through the entirety of the credits.
Fool! I told you to silence the traitor!
No matter. The young one remains unaware of the power she possesses. The Council will deliberate this turn, and they will send war to Earth. A mistake. The final seal will be broken, and I will revel in the chaos. You may go.
So Lucifer also refers to the Lord of Hollows as the traitor, which I guess all but confirms that he was a demon. I assume Lucifer is talking about the stone sigil when he refers to the power Fury possesses, but again, what exactly it all means is up in the air. And with that, Fury's journey of self-discovery comes to an end. She recognizes that she is deeply flawed and at various points embodied all that the sins represent. Prideful in her arrogance, wrathful in her anger, envious of her brothers, lustful for greater power and recognition, the list goes on. She eventually acknowledges that, despite being human concepts, she is just as susceptible to the deadly sins as they are. It seems very fitting then that she ends up being the one to protect humanity. She develops a better understanding of humans and the plight they face as they are dragged into a war they cannot possibly comprehend. It is a severe humbling for the Horseman, and I think it is done well. Fury gets a lot of shit from people who play this game, and it's easy to see why. For a large chunk of the adventure, she is stubborn, arrogant, impetuous, narrow-minded, all of which make her seem very one-dimensional. Of course, this was intentional to further emphasize her growth, and she does grow an awful lot. It's the most prominent thing to come out of this story by far. Initially, she desired power for selfish reasons, and thanks to the Lord of Hollows, she obtains it, but by the end of the game, she vows to use that power in the name of a greater purpose, far beyond herself. It's almost poetic. Protector of humanity and guardian of the stone sigil, through her the Third Kingdom will rise again. I find it an enjoyable character arc. The whole Watcher being Envy reveal is certainly not a massive revelation like those in Darksiders 1, but it is a simple yet effective twist. We already know the Charred Council cannot be trusted, so having something extra like this works in the game's favor, I feel. Like I said before, I was not expecting it at all, although there are some very subtle clues throughout the journey, such as these two scenes right here.
Spare me, and I'll give up the location of my fellow sin. Envy.
And why would you do that?
What reason would I have to protect that sniveling coward? She has never experienced frontline combat. She has never experienced the horrors of war. She is the most pathetic of us.
Someone wants you dead.
They can get in line. The meek always envy the strong. Isn't that right, Watcher?
When you capture the false envy with the Talisman of Sin, the magic engulfing her glows white, but every time you capture an actual sin, the magic glows green. Also, when the false envy first appears, the talisman is not glowing, but as soon as she teleports to Fury and the Watcher, it starts glowing green. The talisman is also constantly glowing whilst on Fury's hip, indicating that she has a sin next to her all the time. Personally, I think the twist is made even more effective due to the partnership that Fury has with the Watcher. She's nowhere near as sadistic as her Darksiders 1 counterpart. She actually offers some legitimately meaningful insight on the balance, the state of the universe, heaven and hell, etc., and there are plenty of worthwhile interactions between the two, so when she turns on Fury at the end, it is surprising. It's the complete inverse of Mark Hamill's Watcher and War in the first game. Outside of major story moments, these interactions are where we see Fury's character development the most. Fury is made to look like a fool in this game, but unlike the other titles, it is directly linked to her character arc, so I don't mind it. I also think the design of each sin is fantastic. Very interesting interpretations. Clearly a lot of thought went into these designs, with my personal favorites being Lust, Pride, and the Real Envy. They all display a degree of irony with the sin they embody as well, such as Pride being so ashamed of the scars surrounding her right eye that she hides her entire face behind a mask, as well as defeating Gluttony by having him swallow underwater bombs, and so on and so forth. I read an interesting theory stating that as Fury journeys to rid the world of each sin, she gains the 7 heavenly virtues. Now, given the game has taken plenty of liberties with its biblical aspects, it's a bit difficult to immediately associate Fury with these virtues, but she definitely gains humility, patience, and temperance as the adventure proceeds. You could say that she shows charity, diligence, and kindness when she vows to protect humanity as well. The one that seems a bit off is chastity, as it's usually associated with refraining from sexual desire, but as the game shows us, lust is not exclusively sexual. I mean, the sin's title is Ruler of Twisted Desire, whether that be power or whatever else. In Fury's case, it was to act as the leader of the 4 horsemen, but that notion is quickly dropped from her mind after battling with the sin. Look, I'm not saying this is an absolute certainty or whatever, but it's interesting to think about. Strife's appearance at the very end is a tease, and it makes me wonder how one of his guns ended up in Ulthane's possession, but more so how the other one ended up in the Forgelands. I'm also interested to learn why he is masquerading as a human. Judging from what we have seen in this game, he seems to be the only member of the Horsemen who truly understands how humanity feels and genuinely sympathizes with them. It's interesting hearing Fury describe Strife as the delicate one at the beginning of the game then. I wonder if he has broken away from the Council of his own volition. I would love some answers to all this stuff, but whether we will ever receive them remains to be seen. I should also note that we never learn who killed Rampage, although the Charred Council is the most likely suspect, I guess, as there's no other explanation. Otherwise, I think this story is decent. It's not as memorable as Darksiders 1's narrative for sure, but it has qualities that make it superior to the second games, I feel. I don't have any issues with its pacing, and in terms of narrative progression, it is a slow burner that only starts manifesting explicitly after the battle with Lust, but at least that progression exists in Fury, and we get to see it for ourselves. The one thing I have to bring up though, this story leaves the player with more questions than answers. There are still loads of loose ends with the likes of Samael, Lucifer, Lilith, Strife, the Third Kingdom, and more. It's a contained story that focuses entirely on Fury, which is fine, but things need to be addressed at some point or another, and placing all of that on the next game, if we ever get it, would be a tall task, I feel. Graphically, the game looks great. The change in art style doesn't bother me in the slightest. The color palette is nice and varied, areas have plenty of detail, and particle effects look fantastic. I still prefer the Darksiders 2 art style overall, but this game looks good. I wish I could say the same for the music. Very few tracks here stand out to me besides those that play in Haven. The rest of the soundtrack is rather forgettable, honestly. There's also no background music when journeying throughout the world. It's mainly ambient noises and sound effects. The sound design is very good, but I think it would not hurt to have some more music playing. The voice acting is decent, I'd say, nothing amazing but not terrible either. I particularly enjoy Lucille, Lust, and the Lord of Hollows performances. Fury is voiced by Cissy Jones, and I think she plays the part just fine, but some of the dialogue feels a little forced, like this part right here.
For the horsemen!
I don't know why, but that line has always bugged me. Darksiders 3 also has downloadable content. We got the Crucible and the Keepers of the Void. I don't have much to say about the Crucible because it's structured almost identically to its Darksiders 2 counterpart. 100 waves of enemies that get progressively more difficult and rewards to be obtained. The idea of fighting 100 waves of fodder enemies in this game seems extremely tedious, so I did not bother. I've done it before anyway. The Keepers of the Void is definitely the more interesting of the two DLCs. Vulgrim informs Fury that intruders have taken over the Serpent Holes and asks for her help in getting rid of them. This leads us to the Void, an area broken up into 4 distinct sections that require extensive use of hollow powers to solve a variety of puzzles. There are some new enemies to deal with and 5 boss encounters in total. It's the closest thing we ever get to a dungeon in this game. Each section is categorized by a specific hollow power, and they get progressively more difficult and complex than the last. You complete them in the order you receive each hollow power. The core mechanic here involves hitting orbs to move blocks. You do this to open the path to the next segment, whilst also utilizing your hollow power's traversal abilities. Some of the puzzles are pretty good, I must say, and since they are concentrated within a separate area, they're a bit more intricate than those found in the main game. It's kind of what I was asking for earlier, sophisticated puzzles that require the use of 3 or 4 hollow powers to solve. At the end of each section is a fight against one of the 4 Keepers. These are extremely fast-paced encounters with attacks coming at you from every angle, usually in the form of large sweeping movements. There is a lot of overlap between each of their movesets, but they all bring their own unique abilities as well, so things don't get too stale in this regard. The first 2 Keepers definitely put up a challenge, but the final 2 is where things get much more difficult, especially the last one. For me, this is the toughest fight in the game, and on the Reckoning difficulty, holy shit, it is brutal. Honestly, I think they went a bit overboard with the amount of one-shot mechanics. I had to use the fortification shard repeatedly to nail down a consistent rhythm, but when you do nail down that rhythm, these fights are incredibly satisfying to overcome. It's also one of the only times I consistently use the stasis shield, because it lets you tank at least 1 hit, which is really useful for learning attack patterns. The real draw of this DLC is that whenever you down one of these bosses, you receive a new form for your hollow weapon. Clawfist for the Flame Hollow, a polearm for the Storm Hollow, an axe for the Force Hollow, and a pair of scythes for the Stasis Hollow. They all come with their own unique counterattacks and provide a refreshing change-up to the previous weapons. I prefer all of these over the default ones, except for the Clawfist. I don't know, the bladed chains just feel a bit more natural to use. The polearm is amazing and by far my favorite of the new weapons. Its counterattack is super punchy and I love performing it. The final boss is Eonos, or Aeonos? I don't know, but either way he is the Keeper of the Void, and this is another great encounter as he uses abilities that the previous 4 Keepers used, like a twisted amalgamation of them. Eventually he creates twin blades of fire and lightning on both hands, and his moveset becomes even more diverse. As such, this is one of the most dynamic encounters in the game, and is loads of fun. I don't find it as difficult as the 4th Keeper, but it certainly knows how to keep you on your toes with its vast array of attacks and consistent mix-ups. A great fight to end the DLC. Afterwards, when you speak to Vulgrim, he gives you the Abyssal Armor set. It's nowhere near as badass or broken as the one from the first game, but it can be leveled up if you take it into New Game Plus. Overall, Keepers of the Void is better than all 3 DLC options from Darksiders 2, I would say. The puzzle solving is interesting, and the rewards are fantastic. They alone make this DLC worth completing. Darksiders 3 is a bit of an odd entry in the franchise where it's both a return to the series' roots, as well as a radical change in direction. We're back on Earth, the Charred Council is here, the Watcher is following us, Ulthane plays a key role. It treads familiar ground in a lot of ways. At the same time though, the overall structure of the game is completely different. I mean, is it any surprise that it leaves so many people with conflicting feelings? We waited 6 years for this title and got a game unlike any other in the series. Despite that though, I think there is a lot of good to be had here. I find Fury's character arc compelling. I like how they use the 7 deadly sins to emphasize it, and the sins themselves are excellently designed. The world is well constructed. It's impressive seeing how everything is intertwined and loops back together, but this does come at the cost of complex puzzle design. I also think the Lord of Hollows is a very intriguing entity who provides information I've been longing for since the first title. It's not much, but it's something. I'd love to say this game has the best combat in the series, and in some ways it does. At the very least I find it the most engaging, but fighting fodder enemies is a chore, and I never felt that way in the first or second entry. Still, the challenge bosses present and the fun I have overcoming them makes up for what the game lacks in other areas. It is different, yes, but I don't think it's nearly as bad as a lot of people like to make out, although I can understand their frustrations. Darksiders 3 will likely maintain its black sheep status going forward. I can't imagine there will ever be another Souls-like entry in this series. But if the third title was too much of a dramatic shift in direction, then perhaps the next one will alleviate some of those issues. Airship Syndicate took the helm for Darksiders Genesis, and as the name suggests, it is a prequel, taken place before the events of everything else so far. At first glance, Genesis appears to be yet another radical change-up from the previous entries, and in some ways it is, the isometric viewpoint being the most glaring feature. It certainly had me raising an eyebrow, but being a fan of the series I had to check it out for myself, and the prospect of playing as Strife for the first time was too enticing to ignore. One thing I'll say right now about Genesis, this title stands on its own remarkably well. It has problems, but don't let the isometric viewpoint fool you. This is very much a Darksiders game, and a worthy addition to the franchise. Upon booting the game up, we're greeted with this incredibly high-quality cinematic.
Look who it is. Strife.
You know who I am?
Yeah. I met your sister once. She was a lot bigger than you. But not as pretty. What do you want, little horse man?
Malgros the Defiler, for conspiring with Lucifer, committing countless crimes against all of creation, and by order of the Council, I hereby sentence you to death.
Who? You come into my place alone, threaten me, and think you're just walking out of here.
It does sound funny hearing you say it.
I'm gonna count to 3. If you're still standing here, I'm gonna defile your corpse in ways you can't possibly imagine. Feed what's left to my boys. Horse meat's their favorite. 1,
2, 3! Sorry. We're in a hurry. Oh, and, I'm not alone.
A great way to start the game there. The only thing that bugs me though are the subtitles, and this is an issue present throughout the entire game. They're not synced with the audio properly. Sometimes they're too slow, sometimes they're too fast, and never a happy medium between the two. It's a minor issue, but it's distracting. For this game, I'm going to talk about it piece by piece, starting with one of the game's weakest aspects, its story. Fresh off the back of slaughtering all the Nephilim in Eden, War and Strife receive their next mission from the Charred Council. They are told that Lucifer is plotting humanity's downfall, and Samael is aiding him. So they're tasked with finding him and figuring out what he's up to. In no time, the horsemen track down Samael, who denies all wrongdoing and states that he is intrigued by their accusation. Unfortunately, he can't talk right now as his fortress is under siege by a demon lord named Moloch. Samael teleports the horseman into the void to find and speak with his associate, which turns out to be Vulgrim. Vulgrim explains that the lords of hell are forever in conflict in their desire for power and control, Lucifer and Samael more than any other. With this in mind, Lucifer is attempting something unexpected, as he is extending his hand to his enemies, offering them power in exchange for their cooperation. In order to track down Lucifer, the horseman must first find each of the demon lords he's conspiring with. This involves traveling to various locations and bringing MacGuffins back to Vulgrim so he can pinpoint their whereabouts, which essentially means we have another multi-part fetch quest on our hands. The first demon they're tasked with finding is Mammon, which they do rather swiftly, but he doesn't reveal anything and then Strife shoots him in the face. The next demon is Belial, whom they track down, but he doesn't know Lucifer's true intentions, so instead he gives the horseman the key to accessing Eden. It is interesting how they let Belial live here, which makes sense as he appears in Darksiders 2. Venturing back into Eden serves as a cruel reminder of the horseman's actions, which is compounded when undead Nephilim attack them. This is the work of a fallen angel named Astarte, who has allied herself with Lucifer. War and Strife cut her down before finishing her off for good.
You turned our fallen brothers into your playthings. I'll show you vengeance, you goddamn monster.
I wish her dead, as you do, brother. But we must keep our wits. The Council will want answers.
You've the nerve to call me monster. But what of the blood on your hands?
Not another word, Angel.
You're nothing more than butchers. Filthy traitors who destroyed your own kind. And for what? The balance. I pity you, horsemen. And you, Strife. I know you're fast.
There was nothing more to learn from her. We'll search elsewhere for signs of Lucifer and his dealings.
That was... War, listen. What she said...
Whatever secrets she bore, I'd sooner hear from your own lips.
Someday, I'll tell you everything.
Someday, so will I.
Later, the horsemen encounter Abaddon, who tells them that Lucifer is spreading corruption to the realm and asks for their aid in cleansing the place, which they do. Afterwards, Samael tells them that Lucifer has granted Eden to the drowned king Dagon, who plans to unleash a great flood to drown the world, washing away every living thing and leaving behind a clean slate to build his kingdom. The horsemen promptly eliminate his shamans and then the drowned king himself. The only demon lord left is Moloch, and this is where Strife starts realizing that wiping out all these demons benefits Samael more than it does the horsemen, but they go along with it anyway since they don't have any other choice. They cut off Moloch's source of power before confronting him directly. Just before dealing the final blow, however, Moloch tells them that Lucifer's plan is complete, and Samael knows about it. He mentions something called the Animus, but is interrupted when Samael crushes his head. The horsemen demand answers from Samael, and he eventually reveals the truth. He explains that after the slaughter of the Nephilim, Lilith came to him mad with grief, seeking his aid in orchestrating vengeance upon the Council, the Horsemen, and most of all the humans who fled Eden. Samael declined her offer, so instead she turned to Lucifer. Together they created an artifact known as the Animus to corrupt mankind. Samael describes the Animus as a dark seductive influence filled with malice and greed. Turns out this artifact is fueled by the souls of the demon lords we have been tracking down to be claimed upon death, which means this entire time the horsemen have played right into Lucifer's plans and the Animus is now complete. War and Strife head to Earth where they find mankind corrupted with sin.
What now? Humanity's fate is for the Council to decide. Not us.
We helped Lucifer create this.
Impressive, aren't they?
Speak of the devil.
The life these creatures knew before was meaningless. Whispering stories into the fire, searching the stars for answers to their pathetic existence. I am the answer. See how quickly they adapt? Now that their eyes are open, they feel everything their creator denied them. Fear, hatred, lust. Perhaps now, they will create a third kingdom to be reckoned with.
How far has it spread?
By now, who can say? Will you kill us all? To be sure.
Run, boy. As far from the village as you can.
War, strife. You have proven your worth as soldiers of the Council. May your will and service continue unwavering for eternity.
Thanks to your efforts, mankind endures, though changed forever by Lucifer's plot.
Culling the aggressive humans you encountered was no doubt a grim task, but necessary. One that may help shape the Third Kingdom. Time will tell.
What humans remain must be watched closely, protected.
Listen thus. With the forging of these 7 seals, a great treaty shall be wrought in the name of the balance. They who break it shall suffer the Horseman's wrath.
Let our will be manifest within the seals. 3 from the children of heaven. 3 from the dwellers below. And a final seal from our own wisdom.
The Council has spoken.
And that's the story. Out of all the Darksiders games, this one definitely has the weakest overarching narrative to me. I mean, very little happens here. The corruption of mankind is interesting, but everything that comes before it is pointless shit, where all you're really doing is helping both Samael and Lucifer. It's yet another scenario where the horsemen are played like fiddles. They complete their mission, but they also complete Lucifer's mission in the process. So can this really be considered successful? I don't think so. Perhaps the whole point of the ending was to leave a bitter taste in your mouth, and if that's the case, well, they certainly achieved that. With that said, given that this game is a prequel, I imagine Airship Syndicate had to be careful not to encroach on the overall Darksiders narrative too much, and they have done a good job in that regard. I don't mean for that to be an excuse or anything, it's still a largely empty story in my eyes. The best moments come from the character interactions between War and Strife. War is just as serious as you'd expect him to be, but he has a lot of dialogue here, so he's nowhere near as dramatic or cheesy as he was in the first game. Still, he is a committed soldier who upholds the balance with unquestioning resolve. Strife is the very antithesis of war and acts as the perfect foil to him. Despite being dedicated to the mission, he's much more easygoing, making light of dire situations, sometimes facetiously so. But behind his sarcasm and wisecracking remarks, Strife is quite emotional. He has trouble coming to terms with his past and struggles to understand his place amongst the horsemen. He often questions why things are the way they are, which puts him at odds with War, who seemingly follows orders with blind loyalty, leaving Strife frustrated at his lack of remorse, especially regarding the extermination of the Nephilim. As the game proceeds, the two slowly start opening up to each other. We get regular teases on Strife's backstory. He describes his former self as a killer who never needed a reason to do so, he simply enjoyed it, but unfortunately we never receive any real information on this. Eventually, War admits that Strife is right to question things, and it's a nice moment. I like seeing the horsemen interact with each other like this. They have a good dynamic together. It's the most enjoyable part of this game story-wise. One thing I will say though is that Strife's cheeky attitude feels a little out of place at times. This game makes a few attempts at humor. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses. This kind of thing comes down to personal taste. To me, it does feel a little forced at times, but whatever. Lastly, Samael mentions that Lilith wanted to enact vengeance against the humans that fled Eden, who she believed to be unfairly favored above all others. Combined with the corruption of mankind, this may be a reference to the fall of man in Christianity, something interpreted from the Book of Genesis, which this game just so happens to share a name with. I can't say for sure, but it's something to think about. Otherwise, I think this story is rather weak, but if I can compliment anything alongside War and Strife's dynamic, it's the presentation. Airship Syndicate have taken what I can only describe as a comic book-esque approach to delivering all the major cinematics. It's a very distinct aesthetic that goes a long way in giving the game its own identity and flavor. It looks fantastic, and I wish we got more of it, honestly. I'd love to see a mini-series or something along those lines in this format. The in-game dialogue scenes consist of static portraits for each character, and whilst it is a bit stilted, I think it works perfectly fine for this game. The voice acting is great as well. They got a lot of the original cast to do the voice work here, so we have Liam O'Brien as War, Vernon Wells returns as Samael, Phil Lamar for Volgrim, etc, etc. Moloch is voiced by Keith David, and I'm a big fan of his work, so it's cool to see him here. Chris J. Alex voices Strife, and he does a good job bringing the Fourth Horseman to life. Alright, let's talk about gameplay. Genesis is something like a CRPG-styled top-down action game where you take control of both War and Strife. There is a multiplayer option allowing two people to control one horseman each at the same time, but I've only ever played single player and will be talking about it as such. You instantly switch between the two whenever you want with the push of a button, and they both bring their own style of play to combat, as well as unique items for puzzle solving. This game is mission-based, 16 in total, 11 proper stages, and 5 dedicated boss encounters. The gist of Genesis involves navigating through each mission and fulfilling the objectives, whilst annihilating everything in your path. Combat is the major focus, but there's also a healthy amount of exploration, platforming, and puzzle solving. In this respect, it feels a lot more like the first and second entry than the third. Honestly, there is no better way to describe Genesis other than a Darksiders game with an isometric viewpoint. Combat here is more akin to the hack-and-slash formula from the first two titles. It's simple, but well structured and decently varied. Strife's weapons are his guns, Mercy and Redemption. He does have some melee options as well, but Strife is all about long-range destruction, and you get the most out of him in this capacity. I hesitate to describe him as a glass cannon, but unsurprisingly he's nowhere near as durable as his brother. He makes up for this with greater agility and elusiveness. His primary defensive maneuver is a quick dash which can be performed multiple times in succession. Strife's main source of damage output comes in the form of various ammunition types. There are 7 in total, and they all provide a slightly different means of taking out enemies. You always have access to the standard shot, basic bullets with an infinite ammo clip, and the 6 remaining ammo types are gathered as you proceed through the game. One of the core mechanics for Strife is Hot Streak, where after hitting enemies and building up this meter, Strife can fire an enhanced version of whatever ammo type he has equipped. For example, with the standard shot, Hot Streak greatly increases its firing rate. The first ammo type obtained is the Charge Shot, firing a strong piercing bullet. This can be charged for increased power and size, and during Hot Streak, fully charged shots are fired instantly. You can only have 2 ammo types equipped at all times. Personally, I like keeping the standard shot equipped permanently and switching between the other ammo types. Unlike the standard shot, these ammo types have finite clips, except during Hot Streak, which you refill by picking up these rectangular purple resources dropped from enemies. There's actually a decent amount of variety with each of these ammunition types. The beam shot fires a steady beam of energy, dealing damage at a rapid rate and building Hot Streak very quickly. During Hot Streak, a larger empowered beam pierces enemies with increased damage. The static shot, my personal favorite, fires an electric bolt that arcs and connects to nearby enemies, dealing damage and reducing their movement speed. During Hot Streak, a more powerful bolt is fired, and it rips enemies to shreds. It's a fantastic means of crowd control, and very satisfying to see in action. Then we have the lava shot, which sticks onto enemies and then explodes after a short time, dealing damage in a small radius. During Hot Streak, this turns into a medium-ranged flamethrower, which ignites enemies, dealing damage over time. Furthermore, enemies killed while ignited will explode and spread the flames to other enemies. Finally, we have the Nature Shot and Gravity Shot. The former fires a wide spray of bullets that have a chance to spawn health orbs upon hitting enemies. During Hot Streak, this effect is increased. The latter fires a gravity field that pulls enemies into it. Like the Charge Shot, this can be charged up to 3 times for increased size and duration. During Hot Streak, a fully charged gravity field is fired that explodes upon expiration. These are the 2 ammo types I use the least. They just don't have the same gratifying punch that the others do, and I'm all about dishing out as much pain as I can. Either way, that is quite a lot to choose from, and you're completely free to alternate between these ammo types whenever you want. But it's when you combine them with his Wrath abilities that his full potential is realized. For Strife, we have World Ender, a massive energy beam that takes up like half the screen. It's fun to use, but the other 2 abilities play into his strengths more, I feel. Shadow Clone has Strife leave a shadowy image of himself, which fires at enemies for a short period. When used correctly, this can act as a fantastic distraction, allowing the real Strife to place greater distance between him and his enemies. With the correct upgrade, dashing at just the right moment can leave behind a Shadow Clone as well, so you can potentially have 2 or 3 of these things on the battlefield at once. Strife can also drop Caltrops, a series of mines that detonate when opponents get too close, dealing damage and slowing them, another means of putting distance between him and his enemies. I should also mention that he has a close quarters ability called Wing Clip. It's simply a quick melee attack that slows enemies and has the horseman dash backwards a small distance. The real joy of playing Strife comes from swiftly weaving between opponents with his utility and decimating them with his weaponry. This results in a very fast-paced form of combat that is super fun in action. I think Airship Syndicate have done a brilliant job bringing Strife into this game. His moveset complements his playstyle wonderfully, and he is more than capable of tackling anything the adventure asks of him. Finally, Strife has one of the most broken transformations in any Darksiders game, Anarchy form. Not only does it make him invulnerable for a short time, but the amount of damage you can dish out in this form is obscene. Even bosses just completely melt under fire of this thing. It's borderline ridiculous. My only real problem with Strife is that sometimes precise aiming is a tad difficult with this camera angle. On the PC you get this aiming reticle, which is handy, but it doesn't always translate well with the isometric viewpoint, particularly when aiming above or below you on slopes. Otherwise, I think Strife is tremendously fun to play. There's still a bit more to mention with him, but for now let's focus on his brother. War is all about getting right into the thick of battle and dominating from within. He once again wields his blade Chaos Eater and controls rather comparably to his Darksiders 1 self. His dash makes a return, but unlike Strife's ability to dash multiple times, War dashes with one large movement. It can still be used repeatedly, but it's not as snappy as his brothers. In terms of control, it's almost one-to-one the same as Strife. Chaos Eater has quite a sizable arc to its swings, making it proficient at dealing with large clusters of enemies. Those sword swings come in two flavors, a melee attack and a heavy attack. Honestly, I find it a bit difficult to gauge the difference in damage output between the two, if there is any, but the attacks themselves are unique. There is combo potential to be had with War, but it mainly comes from the use of his enhancements. These are War's equivalent to Strife's ammo types. There are 6 in total, all of which provide different effects to his sword swings. Earth Splitter to charge up and release a wave of energy, cutting through the ground and any enemies in your path. Vortex to charge up a blast of wind, dealing damage in an area. Vampiric to continuously spin your blade and finish off enemies with a large strike upon release, healing War for a small portion of the damage done. Flamebrand allows War to spin continuously with a fiery blade, igniting enemies along the way. Thunderclap fires out a bolt of lightning that arcs to nearby enemies. And finally we have Death Touch, which applies a mark on enemies that causes them to explode upon death, dealing damage and spreading the mark to nearby enemies. This is my personal favorite of War's enhancements. Seeing a bunch of enemies explode all at once is satisfying. It feels the most effective when dealing with large groups. Death Touch is also one of the few enhancements that you can combine with Strife. Something I absolutely love doing is applying Death Touch to enemies and then switching to Strife to mow them down, making them all explode. It feels great to pull off. All these enhancements provide a passive effect to War's normal attacks as well, which basically doubles down on that enhancement's gimmick. For example, with Vampiric he passively gains health, with Death Touch he has a chance to apply the mark with every sword swing, etc, etc. Now personally I find these enhancements a bit underwhelming overall, especially when compared to Strife's ammo types. They're not as fully realized, I feel, with effects like Vortex, Earth Splitter and Thunderclap being particularly meek. Flamebrand and Death Touch are by far the best, although I think Vampiric has its benefits as well. Strife has the added bonus of Hot Streak, which directly affects each ammo type in a very tangible manner, but War does not have anything like that, only passive effects that have a chance to proc. Thankfully, like his brother, his Wrath abilities play into his strengths. We have Blade Geyser and Stone Skin, both returning from Darksiders 1. The former being a great means of taking out large clusters of enemies, whilst the latter boosts his defense dramatically. His final ability is Rampage, which has him charge into enemies, quickly closing the gap and dealing damage along the way. Something I haven't mentioned yet is his block ability, and this is quite possibly my favorite thing about War. The Horseman can reliably and repeatedly block most attacks, not all of them mind you, but chaining blocks in succession is greatly rewarding. This was a feature in Darksiders 1, but it's much more reliable here, and with the right upgrade you can follow it up with a counterattack. I feel this completes War's moveset perfectly. Finally, War has his classic transformation, Chaos Form. This thing is devastating in the right situation, but it doesn't have the same consistent damage output that Strife's Anarchy form has. So from here we can see that War has plenty in his arsenal, all of which makes him adept at close quarters fighting. Despite having opposing playstyles, the two brothers are just as effective as each other for the most part. Whichever one you use can simply come down to personal preference, or when one feels better in a specific situation. If you're playing this single player, they also have a synergy ability, where, upon switching between them, they can perform a potent attack in a large radius. This is a great option when you're surrounded by groups of enemies, and further encourages mixing between the two. I think the integration of both horsemen in combat is handled very well here, and having the ability to switch between them on the fly is one of the best things about Genesis. I do think there are times when one clearly has an advantage over the other though, mainly during dedicated boss battles. The fight against Mammon has him darting around the place and throwing projectiles at you constantly, so Strife feels like the more natural choice to take him down with his quick dodging and long-range capabilities. The next fight against Belial is probably the most balanced between the two horsemen. There are consistent parrying opportunities, and a mechanic where you must disable one of 3 crystals empowering him with the Vorpal Blade, making war an effective option here. But Strife's ability to quickly kill Belial's minions is also super helpful, as they replenish his health if they reach him, on top of having improved agility to avoid his attacks. The encounter against Astarte has you chase after her on horseback, and Strife's ranged attacks make him the best option here. Still, there are plenty of normal enemies to defeat as well, and this is where both horsemen can show off their respective strengths. The Drowned King Dagon is the toughest fight in the game by far. There's so much to deal with here, including a shitload of projectiles, minions constantly spawning, thunder raining down upon you, along with this tidal wave mechanic which must be dodged by utilizing an air current. This battle really exemplifies how one horseman can have a clear advantage over the other. Trying to defeat this guy as War feels incredibly awkward. It's a total mess given his close-range fighting style and the amount of stuff you have to look out for. Strife is without question the better option here. The same applies to the final boss, Moloch, but on the opposite end of the spectrum. This is a no-nonsense one-on-one battle. He wields a massive sword which can be parried repeatedly, and combined with his absurdly large health pool, fighting him as Strife is a little boring to me. I always take this guy down as War, because parrying his attacks is more reliable and fun than dodging. The only thing to look out for are these large exploding crystals he spawns, but these are removed with the Tremor Gauntlet, which just further reinforces the need to play as War. Stone Skin is also particularly effective here. To be clear, I don't find this to be a big issue or anything, it's just worth pointing out. Outside of Mammon, Dagon, and Moloch, where I have a clear preference, I am regularly switching between both horsemen throughout the game. Neither are heavily superior to the other in my eyes, and that is a laudable achievement from Airship Syndicate. They've done a great job balancing them so they feel just as effective as each other, and there is a way to drastically increase their effectiveness as well. This game's challenge increases incrementally as you proceed. On the chapter select screen, we can see the recommended power level for each stage. You don't have to follow this absolutely. There were many moments where I was far below the recommended power level and finished the mission just fine, but if you want to increase your power, you must make use of the Creature Core system. Creature Cores are these large orbs that can activate unique augmentations that boost stats and abilities for both War and Strife. Purple minor cores drop from regular enemies, whilst orange major cores drop from bosses and elite mobs. They come in 3 different types, Wrath, Attack, and Health, and must be placed on this grid. You get the most out of them by matching the core stat association with a socket of the same type, although there are a few wild sockets which give you the stat bonus regardless of the core's type. Every single core can be upgraded up to 3 times, which requires collecting multiple cores of the same type. The extra perks they grant can range from stuff like percentage increases on stats, to increased hot streak duration, to slightly increased parry window, to improvements on your wrath abilities, and so on and so forth. This is one of the most interesting things to come out of Genesis. It adds a degree of player customization. You're completely free to choose which cores to socket, and can alter them at any point in the game. In fact, it's something you should stay on top of and update regularly throughout your playthrough. The benefits you gain with this system feel tangible, and can affect every aspect of the Horseman. One thing to keep in mind, this overall power level number is not just measured by stats, it's also measured by the additional effect the Creature Core gives, which means it can be a bit misleading. For example, this core that has you summon a Hellhound for a few seconds is not great because it doesn't happen often and its uptime is very limited, but if you have a level 3 version of this core, it will boost your overall power number more so than what a level 2 or 1 core may provide, even if they have a more beneficial effect attached to them. It's important to keep in mind how you play the game. Raw percentage increases will always be useful, but if you're someone who enjoys parrying repeatedly or spamming wrath abilities as much as possible, then ideally you want to focus on those areas. I am a big fan of this system. It can be a bit confusing to wrap your head around at first, but once you do so, it's fun having the ability to directly affect specific aspects of gameplay. But besides creature cores, enemies can drop one of 4 resources upon death, usually in various combinations: souls, health orbs, wrath orbs, and ammunition clips. Souls once again act as currency, and they are used to purchase various items and upgrades from Volgrim, but also new moves from this character named Dees. It's from her that you can obtain stuff like the Synergy ability, the block counter, improved ammo capacity for Strife, and much more. Your primary source of healing comes in the form of a potion, which restores a large amount of health instantly, but the sheer amount of health orbs that drop from enemies made it very rare for me to go through all of them. These resources drop all the time, allowing the flow of gameplay to continue. I feel these elements come together very well. Genesis has an arcade-like quality to its combat. It's fast and always has you on the move. It is extremely fun and is where the game shines brightest to me. Finally, I should also note that horseback combat is a thing here, but it's limited, not just in its usage but also its capabilities. You only have basic functionality with it. Horseback availability is somewhat limited throughout the game as well. It changes from mission to mission and area to area within those missions. Which leads us onto the missions themselves. Now, Genesis is essentially set up like a dungeon crawler. Outside of combat, you're required to explore the area, solve puzzles, and perform some light platforming on the way to fulfilling the objective. That objective differs from stage to stage, but it always comes down to the same thing really, that being navigating your way to the end of the level. Upon completing the first mission, you are sent to the Void. This place acts as the central hub. It's here where you can find Volgrim, Dees, and Samael. It's also here where you can select which mission to play through, and you're completely free to revisit older stages as you please. So we have 11 missions in total, all of which take you through a wide variety of environments, from frozen wastelands to dank sewers to Eden itself with its lovely architecture. Backgrounds and foregrounds are tremendously detailed. There's always something to look at, making exploration an enjoyable process. And that's good, because some of these missions are massive. It's very common for stages to last for more than 30 minutes, depending on how thorough you are, of course. Thankfully, you can obtain a map of each area, giving you a sense of the general layout and where certain items are located. Every mission is bursting with collectibles and secrets to find that are beneficial to your current standing. Familiar items such as health stones, wrath stones, souls, and boatman coins are all present here. You can even obtain 5 abyssal armor pieces for each horseman, providing increased health, a permanent stat boost, and an extra major creature core slot when completed. On top of that, there are also trickster keys. These are used to unlock trickster doors in each level, which usually house a bunch of beneficial upgrades, so going out of your way to find every key is worth it. This game loves to reward your curiosity. But if you want every collectible, then revisiting stages is necessary, as earlier missions contain puzzles that can only be solved with upgrades obtained in the later missions. Both horsemen start off with the Ghost Hook and the Tempest Cloak, the former acting just like the Death Grip from Darksiders 2, whilst the latter acts just like Shadow Flight from Darksiders 1. Strife's upgrades include the Void Bomb, acting very similar to the Void Walker. It's used to create linked portals when thrown at these panels, allowing characters and items to be transferred between them. This must be used in conjunction with the Ghost Hook, as well as War's Vorpal Blade, acting just like the Crossblade from earlier titles. Honestly, most of the puzzle solving here is stuff we have seen before in previous games. The Vorpal Blade must be used to transfer arcane energy, there are bombs to throw and explode, transference between portals and the like. It all treads familiar ground. War's final upgrade is the Tremor Gauntlet, which is once again used to destroy a specific environmental obstruction, but you can also propel War into the air with it. Strife's final upgrade is the Ether Spark. This item emits a small orb in specific locations, which you must navigate through these obstacle courses of a sort without touching any of the walls. Outside of the Ether Spark, the biggest change in puzzle solving comes from the isometric viewpoint. Now, most of the time I think it works just fine, if a bit more fiddly than usual, but there are a few moments when things feel more cumbersome than they need to be. Sometimes the field of vision provided just isn't enough, which leads to guesswork and a lot of trial and error. You're aiming at things off-screen, and it feels a bit awkward. But that's about the only complaint I have. Otherwise, puzzle solving here plays out in usual Darksiders fashion. None of it is excessively brain-taxing, but the camera angle can be a bit obtuse. Unfortunately, it's not just relegated to puzzle solving. Platforming can also be rather fiddly with the isometric viewpoint. Trying to make precise jumps or landings in a tight area can be a nightmare. It's difficult to judge where exactly the character needs to be placed, once again leading to a lot of trial and error in some sections. The same applies when grabbing onto beams. It's very easy to misjudge the beam's position. Jumping straight can be surprisingly tricky in this game. Then there are times when you need to rotate around ledges. You press left to rotate in the direction you want, but as the position of your character changes, pressing the same key has you rotate the opposite direction. Some surfaces are a bit unpredictable as well. If you don't land directly in the center of them, you slide across the edge until you eventually fall, but doing so can be tricky, as I say. Given that the viewpoint is locked from beginning to end and rarely changes, these issues persist throughout the entire game. It's definitely one of the weaker aspects of Genesis. Platforming just doesn't translate smoothly with this camera angle. But besides that, the rest of the game checks out. Every mission and even boss fights come with optional challenges. None of them are required to get through the level, but they are there if you wish to pursue them. They fall under this quest tab, and completing them nets you various rewards, such as souls and boatman coins. There's also a collection tab which tracks every upgrade you have found so far, and I find this screen very easy on the eyes. One of the hardest quests to complete occurs in the 5th mission, the Horde. There's a side area here that leads to an enemy called the Houndmaster, and the quest requires you to defeat him without killing 5 or more hounds. But the path towards him is filled to the brim with hounds, and his room contains 5 hounds as well. You need to solve a couple puzzles with bombs on the way, but if you're hit by a hound, you drop the bomb, making it very frustrating to deal with. The Houndmaster can also damage his own hounds, so you have to be super careful when facing him. It's a pain in the ass. I still haven't finished it even to this day. After defeating Mammon, you will unlock the Arena, a series of combat challenges that pits you against 10 waves of enemies. There are 20 different levels of increasing difficulty, and an additional endless level. You must complete level 1 the first time it becomes available, but otherwise this stuff is completely optional. You can use it to practice combat skills, earn souls, and farm creature cores. There are rewards for earning higher points, but as I say, it's not mandatory. The Void acts as the hub location for the game, but there's a surprising amount of hidden stuff here, like an obnoxiously difficult platforming challenge, various boatman coins scattered all over, and a hidden trickster door which is necessary to obtain Strife's abyssal armor. If you open every trickster door throughout the game, you can open the last one in the Void, which leads to a battle against Wicked Killington. I don't have much to say about this fight. It's pretty basic, and consistently parrying his attacks is by far the most optimal strategy. Last, but certainly not least, this game has a brilliant soundtrack, easily the best since Darksiders 2. Gareth Coker was the lead composer for the music here, who you may know from titles like Ori and the Blind Forest and Immortals Phoenix Rising, amongst others. The entire score has a very cinematic and operatic feel to it that does a great job giving each mission its own unique atmosphere. The main theme of the game, as well as the piece that plays in Bastion's Fall, are some of my favorites, but this OST shines brightest during boss battles. The fight against Moloch, and especially Astarte, are accompanied by epic pieces that elevate each encounter tremendously. A truly wonderful soundtrack here. Darksiders Genesis had me raising an eyebrow when I first saw it, but after playing the game I was left with a great feeling of satisfaction. The story may be weak, but I love the dynamic between the two horsemen, and the rest of it plays out like a genuine Darksiders experience to me. From the nature of combat, to the dungeon crawling levels, to the epic soundtrack and great visual direction, it feels like a Darksiders game, and I think Airship Syndicate deserve a lot of credit for that. The isometric viewpoint is far from perfect, it's fiddly and takes some time to get used to, but that doesn't stop the adventure from being fun. There's also been some adjustments to it since its release. When Genesis first came out, it felt noticeably unpolished, but I did not get that feeling this time around. For example, check out this screenshot from my first playthrough. Raw code in-game. You just don't expect this kind of thing nowadays. Then there were times when character silhouettes did not match who was speaking, the subtitles didn't line up with the audio and all that. It felt like a bit of a mess, honestly. Since that time, it appears to have been cleaned up a bit, and I am grateful for that. It's not just better for the playing experience, but it's a better look for the game and the series in general. To me, Genesis is worthy of the Darksiders name, and I find it a really impressive effort from Airship Syndicate. So here we are at the end of the video, and I think it would be most appropriate to talk about what comes next for the series. Personally, I think there needs to be 2 more games. One of those has to be a dedicated adventure for Strife. I'm not entirely sure if it should pick up right where Darksiders 3 left off, or at some other point in his journey, but he needs his own game. A third-person over-the-shoulder shooter seems most appropriate. As for the game after, well, that is going to be a challenging endeavor. Questions regarding Samael, Lucifer, Lilith, the fate of humanity, and so on and so forth need to be addressed. Should this take place where the end of the first game left off? I honestly don't know, but that would present a natural starting point. But then we have 4 horsemen together in one place, so will it be a 4-person co-op game like the developers originally intended for Darksiders 1? That sounds particularly tricky. At the very least, I do not want a co-op only game. There has to be a single-player option, not just for me either. I think that would be the best for the game in general. One more thing I want to say. I've often seen people comment that the entire point of Darksiders is that each game takes a different approach, and I really don't think that was ever the developer's intention. It's just something that's happened as the series has evolved. Every game wears its inspirations for all to see, yes, but I disagree with the notion that it's the entire point of the franchise. Despite my personal thoughts, the next game will likely continue the trend of offering a radically different experience from the others, if we ever get it. I seriously hope we do get it, because I need answers to all sorts of stuff, but specifically those relating to Samael. What is he plotting? The guy has been built up in a way that suggests he will be the main antagonist of the series eventually, but how so? Will he usurp Lucifer as ruler of hell at some point? That would be incredible. Perhaps the Horsemen would consider him a threat to the balance and team up to take him down. There are so many possibilities to explore. This is a fascinating universe they've built, and it needs to be seen to its end. If you have made it to this part of the video, thank you for watching. Please let me know what you think. If you like content like this that goes into detail on games, then you should hit the subscribe button. Otherwise, I'll see you next time. Cheers.